1, 2, 3. Live in 2, it says. One minute, actually. Good afternoon, everyone. I think we're live. We're going to act as if we're live. So, yeah, we're here in periodically sunny. At the moment, it's cloudy. Halifax, Yorkshire, UK. Here at the wonderful, absolutely wonderful Halifax track for the BRCA 110th IC Nationals. This is the sixth round of 6 that are happening this year, starting way down south in Brooklands. There was a round at Cotswold Club, at the Colchester Club, at Mendip, at Womwell, and this one is the 6th race. So, yeah. And currently, we are on round 5 of it's the 3rd round of qualifying. And as you can see in the top right corner of your screen, you can see that we've got Adrian Dew in car number 2 is in position 1, Daniel Chilvers in position 2, Jamie Patton, Ian Arkell, Phil Edwards, and Chris Pryke. And as I'm saying that, of course, position all changes around, but you can see the names up at the top right of the screen and follow along. And I will just boost myself just a little bit. All right, hopefully that's better. Max out list just a little bit more. Okay, right. Harry, can you boost the input a little bit? I think it's supposed to be on 5, but then obviously change it a little bit if it needs to be. So, my name is Frank McKinney. I'm here with Harry Bamford, the one and only, on camera. And I'm not sure how I should say this in the current or the past tense or the future tense. Past tense. Because we're going to be showing this all live on Monday the 27th, but we're here today on the 26th. So this is the, let's see who we're following here. We're following a white and purple car way down the straight. We'll just follow this around. You see the big straight. We've got the infield section is quite tight. He's going into the pits. That's the car blank of who knows. I think it's car 1 of Daniel Chilvers. He doesn't have a number on his car. Most of these guys, because it's qualifying, they don't have the numbers on the cars. So, yeah. So it's hard to know exactly who's who, and I don't exactly have a spotter's guide for the paint schemes, so I have to rely on the numbers. And if the numbers aren't there, then the numbers aren't there, and I don't know who's who. I can only say what's on the screen. So we've got 3 minutes and 20 seconds or so until the next round, which I think is going to be race 6. The next run. So there's about 3 minutes between each race, and the drivers are released when there's, I think, when there's 3 minutes to go. There's 3 minutes to go right now, so the refueling. Cars are released from the pit lane. So yeah, 3 minutes. It's all quite organized. It's all very, very organized, to be honest. As you'd expect. This is BRCA. Championship Racing, National Championship Racing. But the Halifax track here has hosted the Euros several times. I'm not sure if they've hosted a World Championship. I want to say they have. I know we were here many winters ago. Winters being years, months being moons being months. Let's see, who are we following? Drop back one car, Harry, to... There's a silver and black car, that one. Oh, these cars are so quick. So, racing here, you would think he's in Russia, but he's actually here. That's number 44, Lewis Hamilton. Not really. It's a replica scheme, but it's a very nicely done replica scheme. We'll try and, you can't help but follow it because it is kind of cool. He's just going into pits now. I think we lose him in the pits just because of the position of the camera. But trust me, it's a cool looking body. I think he's still in the pits. It doesn't matter. So we're just trying to get up to speed, making sure everything is plugged in and working properly. And the racing has started. So in, let's see, car number 1, we've got Daniel Chilvers. He was in the last race, so they haven't actually, on the timing screen, it's still showing the previous, there's still 30 minutes to go, 30 seconds to go of warm-up here before the qualifying round actually starts, qualifying round 6. So, yeah, everyone's refueling. And it's car 2. Okay, Neil Wallace. Okay, luckily for us, this is our top heat of this is our top heat. The fastest 7 drivers in the touring car class. There's 4 classes of racing today. This isn't just any club race with like 8 different classes of racing. This is a nationals event. So we've got Alex Thurston, who I believe is one of the... I'll have all of the championship standings ready. Alex Thurston out there with a 16.3 second lap. Steph Chod with a 17.5. Alex... and they're starting to stream across the line. We've got Alex Thurston, Steph Chod in car 3. Car 2 is Neil Wallace. Car 4, Jonathan Withington. 5 is Thomas Gill. 6 is Matthew Cook. And 7 is Michael Lee. So if just very easy to follow along, just follow the, we're in race 6, we're 1 minute into a 4-minute heat. This is all qualifying at the moment. So they're not racing head-to-head. They're only racing themselves, so to speak, and just trying to just go faster and faster with each lap, basically. So let's see who we're trying to follow here. It's the white car. I should really try and pick them up on the straight, and then I can catch the number that is hopefully on the car somewhere. That is the car 3 of Steph Chod. I've painted bodies for this guy before. What's he running a plain white body for? Just kidding, Steph. Stefan Trzynski, one of the faster racers in the National Series. And the white and orange car letting him pass, and let's see what happens coming down the main straight, going into that really tight bend. Going to have to come up with some sorts of names for these. Coming around the hairpin, going down the pit straight. It's not really a straight. The pit kink. Coming onto the straight. Little hesitant coming on there on power. The cool thing about the nitro cars is you can really see when they're on power. You see that nice line of that light blue nitromethane exhaust coming off the car. You see it when they're on throttle. And they go so fast, it's so tiny, you can really see it when they slam on the brakes. Like right there. It's probably the slowest part of the track because they're... Oh, Steph is coming up on, was that car 3? Was it, no, car 2, I think, with Neil Wallace. Or was it? We'll see when he comes in. Who's Lewis? The Lewis replica is car 2 with Neil Wallace. So I can remember that one, and I can remember Steph Chod, so that's good. I didn't catch the number on the white and blue car that's just ahead. You see it there. See car 6 of Matthew Cook. See, they're all together. Steph is just kind of working his way through traffic. And they're not racing head-to-head, but kind of they are. You can see that Matthew gives him a bit of space, gives him the racing line. Ooh, there goes Neil. Doesn't want to get stuck behind. Ah! Bit of a spin out there. But we're still on some action going on behind there. A little bit of sticking with Steph for a bit. Let's see. Let's find Alex Thurston. He's just on the left side of the track, about to come on the main straight in the bright pink. There we are. That's Alex Thurston. Consistent front runner. Look at that. Just no hesitation at all as he comes past that 7 car of Michael Lee. And he's already just yarded him in half a lap. Remember, this is basically the top heat, really. I think they do mix the top heats and going into the pits, because that is everyone finished. So the computer voice you can maybe just hear behind us lets the drivers know that they are finished and they can come in. And we're told that we are all good now for sound, so hopefully everything is all good with everybody out there listening and watching and observing and learning. Quick swig of some cafe coffee. Cafe. Unfortunately for Nick, I don't think we're going to have any dog watching today. The dogs aren't allowed anywhere near the track. It's all very, very organized there, I must say. It's all nicely done. The Halifax track has been around for a very long time. And yeah, so they doing, let's see, try and just get up on full screen. Are we live? If nothing else, all of this has been good practice. I'm just trying to see if we're actually live. Right, well, we'll pretend we are, and hopefully get some sort of notice when we actually are. Okay, so this is the 220 GT, or the 220 GT class. This is sort of the miniature version of the 1/8 IC on-road. So actually, these are like a step even further smaller, I think, because it used to be 235, wasn't it? Or is 235 1/8? I can't recall. So this being race 7, let's see if I can bring up the info screen here to see who's in this one. Race 7 coming up. They've got about 40 seconds. You just see them going into the pits there. So although it says race 7, now it says race 7. Okay, so it said race 6 until the actual timer starts. So it's about 30 seconds of gap. They got 20 seconds, you can see on the screen, top right. In this race, we've got car 1, Rob Scott. Then we've got Bailey, Rice Draycott in car 2, Byron Russell, car 3. Car 4 is Rizard Kozalkowicz. Car 5, Richard Bolt. Car 6, Devendra Mahatme. 7 is Craig Woods. And car 8, Mark Green. The evergreen Mark Green. He's been in this class for quite a while. Consistent, very consistent nationals and European level challenger. Mark Green. We'll try to find him. Let's see. We're on the green and white car, just coming down the main straight into that big parabolica, around the infield section and through the hairpin. That's car 7. That is Craig Woods. You see, coming back onto the main straight. Kind of an odd line there. A little bit wide. Drop back one car to the silver car. I think this is Mark Green here. Car 8. I think it is, because that was a very easy pass. These guys aren't meant to, they're running, in the States we would call these IFMAR style qualifying. Everyone is on their own clock. So that's why you'll see cars letting other cars pass very easily. You don't really want to be holding anyone up, because you're just slowing yourselves and them down, no matter whether it's a tough competitor or not. So you've got a dead car out there. One of I think the car that we were following previously. Mark's coming a little tight there. Coming onto the main straight through that parabolica, turn into the infield, and then the hairpin at the pit hairpin. They try to wave off a wasp. I'm a bit curious. So, and we'll just, as these guys only have 4 minutes, so we'll just keep dropping back a car to the red and white car, just coming to the pit hairpin now. That's car 2, Bailey Rice Draycott. See those S's. And you can see, I mean, visibly, the car is just a bit slower. I don't know whether it's the car or the driver or the tires or the engine or the exhaust or the gearing. I don't really know. But the lines are a little bit off there compared to what you can see that there's a definite difference between a top contender like Mark Green and this car here driven by Bailey. No disrespect meant to any of the drivers, but I only know a few of the names, unfortunately. So let's drop back one car to the bright yellow. I can't tell who that is. Who just crossed the line? I think that was Richard Bolt. And Bailey letting Richard pass. You see how just much quicker that yellow car is than the red and white. Ooh, and Bailey goes way off the track there. Taking the car park route as Richard Bolt being chased down. Who's this next car behind again? It's that car 1, I think, of Rob Scott. Also a quick one. Let's drop back to that one as Rob is getting passed by Mark very, very carefully. There we go. That's pretty good. I mean, you know, RC Racing is pretty good. So we're with the one car, that white and pink of Rob Scott. Good job letting Mark through. Still catching up to. I missed the car number again. Of Richard in the yellow. So the nice thing about this style of qualifying is that if you catch a car, you know you're doing pretty good. And as we've seen Mark absolutely blow past several cars here. So we see Rob's car very, very slowly reeling in Richard. Let's stick with these two. It's got a little bit of a... We're just over 4 minutes done, so I think the cars are being counted off as they complete. Yep, so that is Rob finished, and Richard going into the pits now to be shut off by the marshal. I think we missed, was that car 2? I think we maybe followed, yeah, we did follow Bailey, and I think there's 2 cars out there with car 2, so there's a bit of confusion. Well, on my part, because the cars are numbered differently. Red and white is car 3 of Brian Russell, so. Yeah, again, absolutely no disrespect intended to the slower drivers that are on the track. I mean, they're being passed and lapped by very, very quick top nationals contenders. That was 20 minutes ago. He's talking something very, very long. Okay. All right, so race number 8 is about to go. It's all very confusing because it says race 7, but we know that we're on race 8. There's a minute to go, counting down. These guys are out here, the GT8 class. There's 2 heats of this in the nitro category, and then there's 1 heat in the electric. So if you want to be an A final contender in the GT8E category, sign up and go to the races because you'll be in the you'll be an A finalist, which is always good. Yeah, so these guys are, there's about 30 seconds, 22 or so seconds left. They're refueling. We can't quite show them in the pits. Well, we can't show them in the pits. It's not that it's not quite. We absolutely cannot show them in the pits just because of the sturdiness of this very nice and solid Halifax track rostrum. And there we go. Great timing has started for race 8. So in car number 1, we've got Glenn Bill. Car number 2, we've got Adam Southgate. Glenn, I'm told, very, very quick. Although in the last round, he was not. So we'll keep an eye on him. See if we can find car 1, Harry. He's one of our faster guys. Adam Southgate in car 2. Car 3, Steve White. Car 4, Barry Thompson. Car 5, Ian McLarney. And car 6, David Dixon. So I don't know if they're numbered actually. So we might have to keep an eye on the timing screen. We've got 2 different timing screens. Okay, so the yellow car is Adam Southgate. That's Glenn Beal there in the white and pink. Just about to come onto the straight now. That's Glenn, one of our faster drivers. We'll follow him for a bit because he's apparently meant to be very, 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 very quick in this class. A multiple nationals winner, I think. But his car has not been at the top of its game today through qualifying. And obviously, you know, comparing it to the Can-Am style cars that we were just watching with maximum downforce, these are quite a bit wider. These are quite a bit taller, quite a bit heavier, as you can imagine. So yeah, that's not a very good line through the Parabolica. Look at that infield. It does look like that rear traction. He's just got way too much rear traction. So is it too much wing? It's more likely too much rear diff. And the car looked about the same the last time we were watching it, and it just hasn't changed. So it could be bearings, it could be all sorts of things. It's a bit difficult to tell. So we'll stop. We'll relieve Glenn of his agony. I shouldn't say that. But we'll let Glenn go and drop back to the white and blue car. It's just behind him. He's about to pass him. Again, like I said in the last qualifying heat, this is car 6 of David Dixon. Ooh, Glenn is just pulled off as we've gone away from him. David Dixon coming down the main straight. As I said in the last qualifying heat that we viewed, if you're passing cars in this IFMAR style of qualifying, or EFRA, EU, whatever you want to call it, you're on your own clock. So if you're passing people, like this next car is about to, let's take the next car as he passes. That's the car 2. Very nicely done, actually, of Adam Southgate, who has been leading this since the very beginning. If you're passing people like Adam just did on David there, you're doing pretty good. I think the cool thing about this class is not only are the cars bigger, so old and tired eyes you have more space to put very bright colors on your car. Ostensibly, they're slower. I'm not sure if they have 2 speeds. I don't think they do because they're based on buggy chassis, so I don't know if they have 2 speeds or not. Adam's car, very bright, very quick. You can see it's just nicely planted there. You know, chef's kiss sort of hand gesture. This is coming through the Parabolica, nice tight line, coming through the first part of the infield into the pit hairpin, down the pit lane. I'm not sure. Through the S's. It's actually shaped like an S as well, and then back onto the straight. Quite quick. It doesn't seem to have a massive amount of top speed, but you only have, you only need to hit top speed in 1, maybe 2 places on this track, maybe 3. So Adam about to just trying to find out who this car is now. I don't see a number yet on this yellow and pink car. Nicely done. There is no number on it, but we'll see who that is. That is David Dixon. Did we already follow him? I'm not sure. I thought we had. The car numbers don't necessarily mean anything at all to the cars that are the actual car numbers that are going past. Car numbers that we can see are talking about. This is the last one. Okay, so I was favoring Deborah Dixon. This yellow and red car is Steve White. Next car is Ian. So the cars are starting to finish. They've only got, well, these guys have 5 minutes, actually. So it's a rolling clock, and as they're starting to cross the line now, they're finished. Barry Thompson and Glenn Beal both have pulled off. So there's only 4 cars out on track in this one. 3 now. What's happened? Okay, yep. And he should have pulled in, I think. David there. So, Adam Southgate's already just completed, I think. Yeah, he's pulled in. All the cars look like Lotus Elises or painted as Pagani Zondas, I think is... I mean, obviously not licensed, but, you know, Zonda-ish with that central sort of jet rear exhaust. Now, I don't hear anything at all. There's no sound. And that's because, well, someone's revving up. We've got the final round of qualifying. So there's 4 rounds of qualifying today. Yesterday was all day just practice. So the first heat that is out on track looks like a bunch of electric powered. We've got a McLaren. We've got a couple of McLarens. We've got an Aston, another Aston. They're electric versions of the big cars that you just saw.
So GT Marshall.
So these are the GT8E class about to come out.
We have you out, please. Ready for these electric cars.
With this one, with this class running, you might actually hear the train. We're right next to a train track, right next to a canal, and right next to I say a main road, but this is, I wouldn't say rural Yorkshire, but there is a main road, 1 lane in either direction. Sometimes you can hear motorcycles go past. And then we have obviously the football pitch right next, a rugby field behind the garden center that's behind the Halifax track here that we're at, that's on screen. And then of course we have the RC Motorsport. RC Motorsport? RC Motorsport. Scale Motorsport here as well. So, timer's counting down. 40 seconds to go before the time actually starts for these guys. Again, they're on. Everyone's on their own clock. It's just a rolling start. That doesn't mean a pace car, like you might think. So in this race, we've got Andy Talbot, Nigel Fox, Tony Ford, Gareth Ramskill, and John Wadsworth, all in that order. Cars 1 through 5. So just a bit of tire warming, I suppose, or just running down the top charge of the batteries. Go ahead and follow car 1, just like it's
2, 1, 5, 4,
big EFRA event.
3.
So you see everyone starting off. If you're a fan of cycling or time trial type racing, that's what we've got here essentially. Everyone is on their own clock, even though they're all on the track together. So it looks like we have an Aston followed by a very varied color McLaren. So this is car 1 that we're following at the moment. He's being chased down by Nigel Fox. Nigel's just a little bit quicker. You can see as he's catching, oh, there he goes, mistake. Put the pressure on, there's absolutely no contact there at all. That was just a unforced error. And car 5 5. John Wadsworth has moved up to second now because he's also gotten past Andy. Andy's not very slow himself, so we're with the car 2, I believe, of Nigel Fox. These guys running the freight train. It's almost the freight train. If there were 2 or 3 more, 1 or 2 more cars at least, this would be a freight train. It's car 2 and 5. Car. They're swapping very, very quickly. They're all together. This is what Nick will call clumping. This huge, huge, gorgeous track. Only 5 cars on it, but there are 2 groups of cars basically just running together. And again, everyone's on their own clock, so there's no need to bump and barge. If they're running nose to tail, it just means that they are just properly Ooh, there goes the car 5 of Wadsworth. Goes a bit wide, loses his top spot. You can see the timing in the top right. That's live as we're watching. So let's drop back to the that bright orangey red car. So he's quick. He's definitely quick. He's got the power. He just doesn't have. He's not quite as tight as Andy in the top spot. And they're about to come up on the blue car and the bright orange car. There goes the blue car. Nicely done. No numbers on these 2 cars that they're lapping. So I'll just see if I can... Tony Ford and Gareth. Gareth in the blue car. Tony Ford is in... just been lapped by John and Andy. Let's go ahead and... whoa! Let's wait there for a bit at the start of the straight for the blue and the bright orange car. Just to give everybody, as much as possible, a bit of screen time. This is qualifying. It's not the finals. In the finals, we're going to be following, obviously, the top drivers in each race. I am pretty sure that there's no bump-ups. I could be completely wrong. Yeah, Gareth is about to be lapped by, is that Nigel?
The running order at 4 minutes is 1, 5, 2, 3, 4.
Let's follow that yellow and blue car now. I think that's Nigel. There's no numbers on these cars, but because that is Andy and that is John there. In completely different parts of the track, not on the screen at all. But I'm just because this is going to be our final, basically. Just trying to get to know the paint schemes and the names that go with them. Ooh, bit of a unnecessary bumping and barging. Don't know if you can hear the little complaint. So we've got 10 seconds left in this. Was that car 1? Let's go back to the start of the straight again, Harry. Find that bright red and white car. He's just middle of the straight, end of the straight now in the Parabolica. And this is our leader, the winner of this round. I think, yeah. Well, that's John Wadsworth in the red. So everyone's finished, I think. No, couple left to go. Yeah, now they're all done.
5, 1, 2, 4, 3.
Okay.
Improvements to cars.
So yeah, that was John ended up with the win in that one, and then Andy, Nigel, Gareth, and Tony. next run. Find the right tab. Okay, we are on qualifying round 4. The next race is going to be the 1/10 class, 1/10 touring car. And then we've got the 220 GT class. So we've got, as you can see on the timer, top right, 2.5 minutes left to the start of the actual timing of this. I think once the 2 minute, once the clock hits 2 minutes, I think it's when they're released from the pits. I'm not sure why it's different for the different nitro classes, but it seems to be. Seconds. 2 minutes to race 2. They're still not released. Track is open. So maybe they're waiting for the official announcement. So we don't have the names for this yet. So they're kind of just basically this is just warm up. Race 2 is only going to have 6 races, 6 racers. And by my count, we've got 4 on track. It doesn't look like Devendra Mahatme has made any, well, the previous round of this. So we'll see what happens here.
1 minute for race 2.
Seconds left. Okay, so based on their current qualifying runs, the starting order is changes from round to round. So the fastest driver from the previous rounds is Stephen Brook in car 2, and then Devendra Mahatme in car 1. So not sure where Devendra is. Bob Harley, who's stood right next to us almost. He's in the 3rd spot in car 6. Frank Noel, Nigel Philpott, and then Toby Manser. As you can see, so this being qualifying, cameraman's choice. There we go. White and green and white car of Nigel Philpott out there. Unfortunately, I don't have any car listings to say who's in what. Who's driving what, but I can tell you there's a lot of Serpent cars, there's a lot of X-Ray drivers, there's a lot of Capricorn. What other brands are there? Those are the main ones. I'm not sure if there's any Infinity cars out there, or if there even is an Infinity car for 1/10. It looks like we do have Devendra out there on the track at the moment in that car 1. I think there is a 5th person way down at the end that I can't see on the rostrum. There is. And he is out there on track. So again, thanks to RC Timing, we've got the timing up in that big white box at the top of the screen. RC Timing telling us that Nigel Philpott, Bob Harley, Frank Knoll, Toby Manser, and Devendra Mahatme are out on track. The fastest lap time we've seen so far in this round, which is the fourth round of qualifying, is 18.19. From Nigel. No one else is getting anywhere close to that. Bob Harley did a pretty quick lap, 18.2, 18.3 from Frank Knoll. Predicted times of 13 laps, which sounds good. I don't know if it is, but it probably is. Let's say it is. So these are 4-minute qualifiers for the touring car 1/10 Nitro, which is this class. And I believe as well for all the Nitro classes, it's 4-minute qualifying. 5 minutes, I think, for the electric, which we just had. So we've got Nigel Philpott, Frank Knoll, Bob Harley, Toby Manser, and Devendra. And Stephen Brook, for whatever reason, we don't know why, didn't start. Hasn't started this round anyway. Again, the fourth round of 4. Alright, so we are on presently. I think that's the car 5. Jeez. Way too quick. Toby Manser spinning out in the S's. Oh, and another. Was that a grip roll or a hitting something roll? Can't tell. Through the infield. I think it was 5 actually, of Toby. Did I say Toby earlier? I'm not sure. About to get passed by the rapidly approaching blue car, and has just been passing the Parabolica by the car driven by Bob Harley, who is one of the many BRCA representatives here this weekend. Bob has been racing, he told me, since 1973. I was born in 1973, so it's quite a while back. Bob seems to, he's doing the scrutineering, which is the measuring and the weighing of various bits of the cars for some of the classes. I'm sure not for his own class that he's racing. There he goes, into the pits. Everyone's in the pits. So, yeah, good to see Bob doing well. He finished second in that round. Fastest lap, again, of 18.2. Nigel Philpott did a 17.8, so a lot faster than his 18.1 that he did earlier. Very good. That being race 2, we've got race 3 next. Race 3 is the 220 GT class, as they call it. John Walton, Mark Newby, Jim Beasley, Darren Keeble, Jamie Goodall, Christopher Louth, and Jack Caffery. These cars are, let's see, got 3 minutes to go. They're just about to release them on the track, so they have an extra minute of warm-up, interestingly. I'm curious as to why. But all of these groups in the BRCA are all the rules that they use are all proposed and elected on by the members of each group. So somewhere along the way, in the many years that these classes have been running, the groups have been running, the drivers that race this class have decided that they want an extra minute of warm-up time, and over above the touring car racers, which get 2 minutes. These guys have 3. So they have 3 minutes to go, and the track officials say now you can put your cars down and start your qualifying. So they go. It's a rolling clock. Um, so they're all racing against themselves essentially, but obviously they're racing other cars on the track. So there is a matter of, be a bit nice about it. Don't knock someone off because, or don't try to block anyone is the main thing, because you're just slowing them down, slowing yourself down as well as the driver coming up to you. So let's see who Harry has picked here. This white and purple car with no numbers on it, and that is, well, we don't know yet because the timing hasn't started. But it's a nice looking car though. It's a very old eyes or dim lighting sort of look. With the bright front end, so you can see where the car is pointing. White wheels, so if you're close enough, you can see which way the wheels are pointing. Coming in that parabolic, a bit of a wide line, a little bit off there, just taking a track cut and going into the pits to get something tuned up. But possibly, no, just getting, checking the engine head temperature to make sure it's not running too cold or too hot, and then a refuel before the actual timing starts. So they've got 15 seconds from now is when the actual race clock will start. Ooh, don't hit anybody. Did a bit of a Lewis Hamilton there, coming out of those bricks that line the on and off ramps of the pit lane. So the time has started now. So we've got, it looks like we've got 6 cars to kind of work through in 4 minutes. So pick a car, Harry, and we'll see if we'll follow them for at least a lap so we can find out who it is. And we're with the yellow and orange car. That is Jim Beasley. Very rapidly behind is Jamie Goodall. So with Jim, decent enough line through there into the infield, around the pit hairpin. Very slow around that. That's not great. Through the S's, and let's drop back and pick up that next car behind, who's coming up pretty rapidly. It looked like a pro sort of paint job, that white and purple with the yellow streak. See who that is. Yes, that is. Oh, that's Jamie Goodall. Pretty quick. I'm not sure if he's quick enough to be in the A. A little bit herky-jerky around that, coming onto the straight out of the S's. That's a smooth there. Good line through the hairpin. Into the S's. Decent enough. Okay. Alright, so we've got it's 2 cars down. We've got a car going a little wide behind, and the yellow, another yellow and orange, just behind Jamie. We drop back a car. That one on the coming onto the straight. There we go. All right around the parabolic. Good one there. A little wide. So, ooh, we got a bit of clumping ahead, so there might be some, well, we don't want any crash action. Oh, that was close. Oh, and another, jeez, car off track. Okay, so it's going to get very confusing because we're going to have 2 cars with white wheels, yellow front, and orange back. No discernible line between the colors, so. And then we've got Jamie again. So, coming up the, Harry, if you just wait a bit and pick up the white and purple car again, coming around the pit hairpin. We'll see who that is. That is Darren Keeble, our car 1. So I think he was rated as second, I think, from the previous round. I'm not sure if that's taken before the drivers start. There's a starting order And I believe that's the overall current qualifying order of the races in a particular round. So I think he was second of the drivers in this round. If any of that makes sense, please put on a postcard. So Darren, and then we got, not a great lap. So the drivers are on the overall timing. There's about 20 seconds left to run. Well, on the overall timing, for some reason, it says best 10 laps. Maybe that's the average of the 10 best laps. I really don't know how they're doing this, but we'll learn. And by the time we learn, it'll be the finals. So the starting to finish with Darren Keeble. I think he's just finished his run. So it's car here, sorry. The car, I'm pointing at it, but hopefully Harry caught it. Jack Caffrey. We've moved to Jack only because we haven't shown him yet. He's not looking all that great at the moment, though. A bit slow to accelerate. So maybe an issue with his car. He's pulling into the pits anyway because everyone's race is finished, basically. And the last car to finish drives straight into the pit wall, so you could see it there. Was that Darren? Messed up his body. He's coming backwards on the track, which isn't ideal, but there's no one else driving the track. But hey ho, that's how it is. Right. Maybe I just need to hold the mic a bit closer to my face. Hopefully the sound is better. But we'll keep an eye on that. Faux show. Okay, so we've got the first round, or the first heat of GT8. So in this one, based on previous results, we've got Greg Hill, Paul Dusnap, Philip Butterworth, Derek McLarney, Ian Hartle, Ken Penny, and Pete Yafia. I'm not sure. This is this is the final qualifying heat for all of these racers, and we will try to follow each one of them as they come up, as they come across our screen, I should say. You check the input level. You okay? Maybe I think maybe if I just hold it closer, I suppose. Okay, we've got 1 minute left in the warm up, and then the 4-minute countdown will begin. You can see not too many cars out here. There's I think there's 6 or 7 racers in this particular heat. These cars are big. Some very busy pit people down below us. So
One.
they're all fueled up and then back out on track. 5-minute heat. Okay. Every one of these races changes. So the big cars get more time. So that's, you know, someone like me, former racer. This is maybe more my speed. Supposedly easier to drive. Slightly more realistic body shapes, and you get more time on the track. It's not too bad. Let's follow the green and black car just about to come out of the S's. I think that's Greg Hill. Me old mucka. Just triple check that. No, that's Ian Hortel. Not at all. It's not Greg at all. Okay, I think I've spotted Greg's car. So we'll be dropping back as we follow Ian coming around that parabolic, a very wide line into the infield. Very wide again. Around the very wide pit hairpin. Okay, so let's drop back a car to the white and red. There is a bit of yellow on there. I can just barely see it. And better line. Being caught rapidly. See who that is. That's Derek McLarney. And that is Greg Hill just behind. Let's follow these two. Derek and Greg coming down the main straight. Giving Greg a good wide line. Greg in that number 6. Well, it says number 6 on it. I don't know if he's actually. Yes, he does have the correct number in there. So good on Greg. So let's stay with that white car now. Nice tight line. A little twitchy in the braking. Now, these cars have, I believe they've got 3 diffs. So you can tune all of them, just like a 1/8 car. They're basically a 1/8 buggy chassis with touring car style tires on them. Probably pre-glued, probably very stiff foams. I've seen them in the pits, but I haven't looked at them very closely. But if you imagine a 1/8 buggy slammed to the ground with buggy width tires, but on road, that's what we're watching. So yeah, very easy to follow. Because they're nice and bright. So who's he catching up to is this unfortunate black and red car. Right past him. Just give this black and red car a mention as he goes past. That is Greg and Ken Penny. Let's follow the black and red car as he's coming on the straight. Not all that quickly. A little wide there. Very wide there. And then we're back. The next car behind is going to be the white and red car again. We've got 3 1/4 minutes to go. And then I think we pretty much have followed everybody. Let's go to the start of the straight. There's a red car. It's just been passed. Let's go to the red car still. The start of the straight. Let's see. Just make sure everyone gets some nice and friendly screen time before the finals kick off. That is Philip Butterworth. So Pete Yafia hasn't made this race. Not exactly sure why. We don't have the roving drone reporter hasn't shown up. Oh, we have a green and orange car. Let's move up one car. These two. Who's that? I think that's Paul Dusnap because it's a name that we haven't mentioned yet. So Paul and Pete getting a little bit tangled there. I don't know whose fault it was. Probably someone's. Slipping on a leaf. There's some large trees that they don't quite overhang, but they're near the back straight. And when it's wet, obviously those can cause a little bit of an issue if they're on the track. Oh, coming up on Did he get past Paul? Yeah. That's a nice and bright, cheery look. So 15 seconds left in this race. Oh, he's passing. What's going on with green and black? I thought he was quite quick. Car 2. No. Well, he's got a 2 in his car, but he's actually car number 1. It's very helpful. So they're all finished. Well, they're just about. Greg is already finished. Ken's finished. Ian's finished. Derek is finished. Greg has won that one with 17.9 last lap. 17.78. Fastest lap. It's all right.
Engineering, please, and then straight back to Marshall. Thank you. We're going on to heat 5 now. Earlier, we are part of the program now, which is RC Racing TV as part of the European Tour.
So the next round coming up. Let me just bring up the window. Is after GT8 is 220 GT again, race 5. And that is going to be in this next run, next heat, 4th round of qualifying. Heat number 5. Adrian Dew, Ian Arkell, Phil Edwards, Daniel Chilvers, Jamie Patton, and Chris Pryke. So the track is open. 2 minutes to go. So. Woo! These are quick. These guys are quick. So we're just on warm-up at the moment, so that's why we're not following anybody. But yeah, very, very quick. I see a Golf replica car. I see a black, bright pink. Is that Thurston again? The green and white looks semi-familiar. And the chap that's just popped into the screen, he's gone behind the little white box at the moment. This guy has an RC Racing TV logo on the back of his high vis. That's pretty cool. He must have asked for the logo file a while back to get a custom printed one, and haven't noticed that golf car behind him yet. Let's get across the track. You see that big, basically just it's literally a catch fence to protect the marshals from cars that are going off. 1 minute left on the qualifying, or on the heat, on the warm-up, I should say. Turning into a lovely sunny day. We've got blue skies, small fluffy clouds. There's a little overcast earlier. There's actually a chance of drizzle. So I think the track was a little bit wet this morning when the drivers first got here.
4, 5, 1.
And they're 5 seconds into their warm-up now, so we'll give them a couple of laps to get situated.
4, 5, 1.
Right. So again, in this one we've got Jamie Patton, Daniel Chilvers, Adrian Dew, Ian Arkell, Phil Edwards. Chris Pike doesn't seem to have started his run, so we'll keep an eye out for him to see if he's going out there. So let's see, who are we with? Coming down that, out of the S's, there's a dead car. You can see the marshal running. This white, orange stripes. That's a very simple, but nicely done paint job. Let's see, no number on it, so that is Ian Arkell, car 4. And I think the bright pink is not a familiar name to me, so keep an eye out on, we've got a dead black car now. So who's the car behind? Okay, so now we're with white and purple, catching up to the white car. Let's see who these two drivers are. Ian Arkell is the white one in front, and this one's, hey, he's pulling off, so no one wants to be followed. We're with the white and green car, who is Daniel Chilvers. Okay, we have a name, we have a car. Daniel coming down the main straight, bit of a wide line through the parabolica, through the infield, a little wide. It's okay through the hairpin, into the S's. Oh, very wide. It's not just wide, but just lawn mowing. And the golf car, follow the golf car as it comes past. Obviously, golf colors, Jamie Patton. Okay. So yeah, if you're running golf colors, you can't be slow. This guy, Jamie, coming around. All right, line through the parabolica. Nice and tight through the infield section here so far. Very good. Nice and flowing. This track, very, very quick. Used, probably every weekend for nitro racing? Yeah. Pretty quick. And he's coming up on, is that Ian, I think? Ooh, getting some room. There we go, yeah. It's pretty good. And again, these guys, everyone on their own clock. They're just sent out with 2 minutes to go to get warmed up, to make sure their engines are all up to temperature. They're on foam tires. I don't think there's really much need to warm up the tires, so to speak, but they do get warm. Then they come in, refuel, and then they're off again when there's about 15-20 seconds left. And then as they're driving around, the clock goes, and that's pretty much it. Okay. There goes a train. You probably can't hear it. So if we move up one car to the bright pink car, I'm sure I can figure out who this is, but it'd be easier just to watch him cross the line. It's Phil Edwards, who's currently running second, and he's going to fall maybe a bit behind. He's running second to Jamie, who's directly behind, so you see how quickly Jamie catches up to Phil. Whoa! Oh, we'll catch up very quickly now. Absolutely no traction on the grass with foam tires. Unfortunate for Jamie there. So we're back down to 4 cars on the track. Is that everyone? I think that's everyone finished now, yeah. Because here, the next class of racers running the cars. There we go, there's Mark Green. Picking up...
Moving on to heat 6 now.
You can hear Muriel in the background. Moving on to heat 6, that is race 6. This is where we started. Well, not really, we were sort of practicing. Unbeknownst to us. So we're almost back to. We're almost finished, actually. I think there's this and one more heat in the run. Is it? Are we finishing? Well, anyway, it's we've got Alex Thurston, Stefan Trudzinski, Neil Wallace, Jonathan Whittington, Thomas Gill, Michael Lee, and Matthew Cook in the next heat. Yeah, so there's this one and two more, yeah. So we've got 110 and then 220 GT, which is the class that we just saw, but the, I think the faster racers, and then GT8. Right, okay, so now you can see them on screen with 2 minutes left to, okay, well, no, maybe with 3 minutes left to run. Seems to change. So there's a 4-minute qualifying heat, but you can see there's a countdown clock in the top right. We're going to start with the bright pink car, not right now, but this is warm up. We'll start with the bright pink car. That's Alex Thurston, car 1. He's a quick lad. I know who we're missing. We're missing, is it Kyle? There's a racer named Kyle. I'm not sure what he's gone on to, or what's happened, or whatever. He's definitely an up-and-comer a few years back, when I was covering the Epper stuff much more frequently, so I'm not sure what's happened to Kyle. And then the white car, we know that's Steph Chod, and then the others we'll follow and we'll name as we can. Oh, we have a timing. Thank you, John. Yeah, perfect. Thank you. Okay. So we've got the timing.
1 minute.
All right. So, well, I don't think these times are actually going to correspond to when you're actually watching this online, so I won't mention the times, but we know the times now. So there's about 15 seconds left for the starting, before the actual timing starts. And let's follow Alex coming out of the S's in that bright pink and black car. I think he's always worn the bright pink, so as far as I can remember anyway. Whoa, grip roll. Oh, unfortunate. Upside down. That's live as well, so that's going to be a very long lap for him. Or did he cross the line then? No, that was a live lap. That was 22-second lap. That was unfortunate. When Neil Wallace has done a 16.5, there's a 16.3 there, 16.9, so that's not great. Steph Chod just did 16 flat. Alex was able to back that up at least with a 15.6, so he can claw some time back. So let's stick with Alex here and just follow him around. What was that time for him? That was his last lap, 15.6 again. Wow, these are some fast laps. Okay, so for future reference, for the rest of this qualifying run, these are the lines that are the quickest that we're watching Alex take right now. He's done a 15.62, a 6.9, and a 6.6. So these are blindingly fast laps. And he's very quickly moving up the order. He's just done 15.7. And every time he crosses the line, he started last. So let's see what he does now. He's in third. So we'll follow him. He's rapidly catching up to these two drivers just ahead. It's Jonathan Withington and I think Michael Lee. He's already working his way. As quickly as I can read off the names, he's already passing them. Wow. What's he done? 15.8. What's this lap? 15.56. Holy. He's on fire. Very, very rapid pace. So these are the lines that the drivers should be taking. And he's in first. 15.6 again. So from a 22-second lap, he's up in first. And that was his opening lap. So he's ripping off these times. First again. 15.5. Okay. Yes. Very quick for Alex. Let's drop back. Sorry. We're not dropping that. Coming out of the S's, the white car about to come out of the S's is Steph Chod, car number 3. Steph Chod, he's running 3rd or 4th. There is Neil Wallace is between Steph and is that Neil just in front of him? I don't think so because Neil's a little bit quicker. Ooh, nice little drift through there, but we'll get past. Coming out of it, through the S's, out of the S's now onto the main straight. Main straight or back straight, I'm going to alternate how I say that. Into the infield, around the pit hairpin, across the finish line there. I'm not sure which one of those lines is the finish line, but I think it's a solid line. I will ask. It won't make too much of a difference except in the final, but it is good info. There's a second white and orange car. More orange than white. Ooh! I held up accidentally. You don't want to go into the fast guys. Don't want. Are they done? Okay. Yeah, he's rolled off. Okay, so finishing order: Steph Chod, Alex Thurston. Let's see. So total time, half a second between them. Amazing. Literally, 0.5 of a second between Steph and Alex. Then. And obviously, if that first lap mistake hadn't happened, Alex would have won that heat. I'm not sure what who's TQ, but we'll see. I don't know if that'll cost him TQ, but obviously at that kind of pace, TQ may not really matter. Right, so as time marches forward, we're moving into the 220 GT. 220 GT class, as you may have seen. We've got Mark Green, Rob Scott, Richard Bolt, Bailey Rice Draycott, Byron Russell, Ritzard Kozakiewicz. I'm really sorry about that, Ritzard. Craig Woods and Devendra Mahatma. At the moment, they're just... there's someone really... That's a very bad... You can maybe see it just... There's a bright yellow dot at the start of the straight. And that poor car is just stuck. Marshall's waiting to cross the track at a safe point. It's not going to be doing the tires any good. Well, they're foam, so they won't have probably wouldn't have collected any water or anything. But yeah, so they're off. There's a minute and 40 seconds left of warm up in this one. And we'll already run through the driver names. I'm sure there's some sort of very complex way to figure out the actual timing and all the qualifiers. There's not a huge number of racers in this one. If you're used to watching the RC Racing TV and EFRA events where there's 50 or 70 drivers in a class or more, there's not that many here. There's about, I think, 25-ish racers in this class, and another 25 in the 110 touring car class. I believe there's about 15 in the GT8 Nitro class, and about 5 or 6 in the GT8E class. And these are all for national championships. This is the final round. This is the 6th round of 6 for the BRCA class. So, yep, cars are getting fueled up. There's about 20 seconds, with about 25 seconds left. They come in, take the last sips of fuel to really just brim up the fuel tank. Nitromethane fuel. I'm not sure if it's 16% or 20% nowadays. Can't remember. So yeah, they're off. Qualifying has begun. So, first one to cross the line was Devendra Mahatme. We've got them coming through. We'll let them kind of carry on through as we find a car to follow. Just about everyone's crossed for the first time. Everyone's crossed for Byron Russell. Looks like he checked in, but hasn't started a lap. It's unfortunate. So we go from 8 to 7 in this race. There we go. Ooh, quick guy. Mark Green in that gray car. Sliding through. So quick. These cars are so fast. Maximum downforce on the front. Maximum downforce on the rear. Doesn't even... Went over the grass and it's like, nah. I don't even notice. I went too fast. Ah, so fast. And that... Okay, so one car I can tell you I definitely know is this is a serpent. Wow, this is a serpent. I can tell you that because Mark Green's been running serpent for absolutely geological ages. He's not that old, but he's been running serpent forever. As it comes through the infield, that pit. I wonder why he's running gray. It's it's a unique color, at least, for sure. Through the parabolica, around the infield section, pit hairpin, and that pit kink right in front of the pit straight. It doesn't really catch all that many people out, but it certainly can if drivers... Whoa! Oh! Is he able to get out? No, he's stuck. That's going to be a very slow lap. His last lap was a 14.4, and this one is going to be a 23. So, yeah. These cars, they do not like to flip back onto their wheels after they're on the roof. But there is a bit of a roll hoop. So if you get very lucky, that metal... Is he... Okay, so he's basically thrown this run away. So let's drop back a car. Mark is he's just practicing now. Let's drop back a car to the green and white car that's behind him on track. Let's see who this is. No number. Well, there's a 2 on it, but I'm not going to believe that. That's a Bailey Rice Draycott. So yeah, I think I got Bailey's car mixed up with another in the last time that we saw them. But we weren't live then, so it doesn't matter. Nothing I said then counts. So we're watching Bailey coming through. Not as visibly fast as Mark's, but Mark seemed to have a very aggressive driving style in that run. So we'll see what he's like actually driving heads-up racing, as we call it in the States, in the finals. So let's drop back another card, and let's see who this is behind. Is that white and yellow and black, or yellow and blue? It's probably black. Who knows? But that's a good color there, because the darker color hides the nasty methane fume buildup that collects on the side of the car and the dust and everything. This is Richard Bolt, I should say. Very bright color. So these guys running pretty evenly. Top 3 or top 5-ish. There's a bit of clumping going on the other side of the track, basically, to these guys. So just about to go into the S's, Harry, is a green and a red car, and they're slightly tapping each other. Let's follow the green car first. I think he's just bumped the other car. They finished. Well, he's finished anyway. I think we're finished. We were watching Mark for so long that we didn't really give anyone else a chance. We apologize for that, but all right. So one more race to go. One more race to go. Let's see if I can get the names right. It's going to be GT8 next, and I can tell you one name in this is Glenn Beal, who's one of the faster guys to watch, but his car has not been agreeing with him lately. And actually, in the last round, he pulled off. So yeah, a bit of a struggle in the last one. But the rest of the drivers are Adam Southgate, Ian McLarney, David Dixon, Steve White, Barry Thompson, and of course Glenn Beal. So once we're done with this race, I'll run through the running order, but not the actual live timings, because this will actually be live the Monday after the race. So if you're, the times won't make any sense if you're watching this after the event. But we do have the actual timings of when they're, and more importantly, the order and how long the races will be, and how confused I will be getting as the day goes on, because there's going to be, as you can hear, these are nitro cars, so there's going to be quite a lot of fuel pitting, possibly tire changing, but not likely. It's going to be almost entirely fuel. If someone's changing their tires, that's not going to be, they're not going to want to do that, because that will be a very bad day for them, or a very bad event, I should say. But yeah, we've got 25-minute races, 30-minute races, and the electric cars get 3 races, 5 minutes each. So yeah. And then we'll be finishing at a fairly, reasonable time. But yeah, close to 4 hours solid of nitro race, mostly nitro racing. We've done longer than this, though. We've done 12 hours, haven't we? 12 hours or more. What's your record, Harry? 12? 15? 14. Harry says he's done 14 hours. I kind of stopped counting at 12, probably. So I know I've done 12. I can't honestly know if I did longer than that. I have to stretch back into the RC Racing archives. Right, so once again, in this race, we've got Adam Southgate, Ian McLarney, David Dixon, Steve White, Barry Thompson, and Glenn Beal. They've got 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 seconds of warm-up remaining, and now it's 5 minutes of timed laps. So let's follow the yellow car because he's the first one across the start line. That is Barry Thompson. Coming on the parabolica. Ooh, nice little drift there through the infield. He's got a loose rear end, that's for sure. I don't see Glenn out here. I don't think Glenn is out here. Glenn has had a problem in the last couple of rounds of the last couple of qualifying heats. So I'm assuming he's going to make the main. Maybe he's gone fast enough to make the main. A final, I should say. So it remains to be seen. So, yeah, everyone that's out on track anyway is going to get plenty of TV time. So this Barry Thompson, car number 4. Don't know. I don't think he has a car number on them. Most of these racers don't. As he comes around the parabolica, a little wide. Well, it's kind of the racing line, I suppose. It seems wide. I say it's wide, but it's not really. Comes on through the pit kink and then into the S's, where we find him now. Coming onto the straight. I think all of these cars. I definitely hear a second gear kicking in, so. Yeah. These guys all have 2 speeds. Oop, dead car. Well, not dead. Just he decided to just come to a complete halt. So let's drop back 1 car to the red and yellow car. Let's see who this is. It looks like it's meant to be a McLaren GT1 or something like that. That is Steve White. Don't know why he's not running a white car, because that would just make it obvious. It's like Steve White. You're like following someone like with a name like George Pinkerton having a pink car, something like that. So Steve White coming through the S's and just throwing it into the weeds. I say weeds only as a figure of speech. There's absolutely no weeds in this track at all. This track is immaculately maintained. It's so nice. I mean, there's no weeds. So that is not a slight at all on halifaxtrack.co.uk. He merely drove it into the grass. But he was able to get out because he's got rubber tires, not foam like the last cars that we were watching. So he's able to get a bit of grip, and it's been, well, now he's in the pits. So let's follow the next car coming around. It's car 6, a very quick car of Adam Southgate. I say 6, he's actually car 2. It's all quite confusing if you're in my head, so it's never a good place to be. He definitely has a 6 on his car, though. And there he goes into the S's, or the S. No, S's. Sorry. Down the main straight, around parabolica, into the infield. And that's a. There's 1 or 2 other cars that look just a little bit better, I think. The multicolor and the shadows and stuff like that. But yep, Adam there. So if we drop back 1 more car, I think we'll find that this is Ian McLaney. David Dixon, my bad. Sorry, that wasn't Adam Southgate at all. That was Ian McLean that we were following. So this is David Dixon that we're following. Sorry about that, Adam and Ian. This is David Dixon. So he's running, if you can just barely spot the central sticker on the back of that car, it's meant to be exhaust pipes like you would find on the back of a Pagani Zonda full-size car. So a lot of these cars are replicas, that sort of like fun, sort of anime shaped versions of real supercars and hypercars, like the Zonda, the McLaren 720S, that sort of car, McLaren GT1. What else was there in the other class? It was the Aston, I think, was Aston's. At least the headlight shape was. But yeah, so these are slightly more realistic than the Can-Am style cars that we saw in the last round. Can-Am Le Mans style super high downforce for the cars. And that's the race. 4 cars over 5 minutes. And we're starting to come in. All heats have now been run. So the computer is asking the race organizers, Muriel downstairs, if she wants to sort the finals, which that will do. So
That is the end of qualifying.
that is, as they say,
If
as
anyone
you can
doesn't
hear,
intend to
the
take
end of
part in the
qualifying. So we are
finals,
1:40
let me know now, please.
live now. So we're in
We
about.
want to start a bit ahead of schedule if we can, because we have the presentations to do at the end, and
Right. We're just listening to Muriel at the moment.
every few minutes will help. So if you don't intend to race in the finals, come and let us know now, please.
So they're trying to quash the finals down to the minimum amount of time. I didn't realize that was going, actually. Yeah, so the finals are meant to start in about 35 minutes from the time that I'm speaking. But they are trying to run them as quickly as possible, so if they need to, they can drop drivers from the... I'm not sure where they're going to drop drivers from, but they want to speed things along as quickly as they can, because it being autumn now, you can finish things a little bit quicker, maybe, before the sun goes, before the lighting completely goes. So the order that at the moment, the order I was given about 10 or 15 minutes ago is it's going to be GTE, the GT8E, I should say, leg 1. They're going to run 3 leg races, meaning 3 5-minute races spread throughout the finals program. That will be the first race off. Their second race will be in the middle, and their final race will be the very last race. So you can see how that is meant to work. So GTE leg 1, and then we've got the 200. Okay, so 200 is the touring car. So IC touring car, 25-minute. Is that the B? The B final. And then the 220 GT B final. And then the GT8 B final. All of those are 25 minutes. Wow. Okay, so 4, 5, 4. Maybe 4 pit stops at least in those. And then the 5-minute GT8E, second leg. And then A finals for the touring car, the 220 GT, and the GT8, the big guys that we just saw. Those guys will run as the second to last race, and the final race will be the GT8E. And then straight into the presentations, and everyone goes home. Right. So we'll I think we'll leave it there unless I'm told to come back on. Wind is starting to pick up. And I'm going to hope that it isn't going to rain. We do have some boards and stuff to block this window. But we'll leave it there for approximately half an hour, and unless we come back earlier. 1-1-1. Okay, so we are just about to go 2 minutes to the start of race 1.
Right. Look at that on track. I'm on grass already. I was started.
All right, just letting the main studio now. Yeah, so 2 minutes, well, minute and a half now. So you can see the racers are out on track, trying to keep the tires clean. Had a good look at some of these cars. Very impressive, large, sticky tires, very stiff foams. The best thing about this race, I don't have to wear my ear cans. Keep the buzzing noise out of my ears. Nice and quiet, relatively. So in this one, we'll just explain it once again. This is electric, running amongst a horde of nitro cars and classes, 3 different nitro classes, and this one class of what's called GT8E. So GT8s, GT8 chassis, but E for electric. So big motors, a pair of LiPo batteries installed. These guys are going to be running for 5 minutes. And then we have 50 minutes of nitro racing. So, GTE. In this one, we've got John Wadsworth, Andy Talbot, Nigel Fox, Gareth Ramsell, and Tony Ford. And they're off already. Little squiggle there from the pole man. Oh, and second and third get tangled up. Oh, inextricably linked together. So we're following the lead, and he's already half a lap ahead of the guys who qualified second and third. So car number 1, John Wadsworth, way out in the lead with a huge margin. Let's follow this car coming down the pit kink, the multicolored car with the green backing, because he's already moved up into third, moved back into third, I should say. And that's going to be, I believe, it's car 2 of Andy Talbot, who's, and just behind him, he's got the other car with no number on it, amazingly, of Nigel Fox. And they're working their way, so Andy's already into second now. Not on the official timing, but on the track is in second. So we're going to be following him, and he's going to be desperate to try and make up all that lap time on John. So Nigel has made his way past Gareth, and we are following Andy Talbot as he's working his way around the pit, down the pit kink, and into the S's. Coming onto the straight, down that really long main straight. I think cars hit about 50, 60 miles an hour, the nitros with the 2-speed. You see, little twitchy under acceleration. He's about to come up and lap. I think that's going to be Tony once again. Well, he's passed Tony once, and now he's lapped him. Next car up is going to be Gareth in the blue and white. So, oh, sideways. That's not going to help. It's not going to help. So, let's see. Okay, so Gareth has moved out of the way onto the grass. Luckily, didn't get collected by Andy. So, we're still, ooh, big mistake from John. About a third of a lap ahead. He's several laps ahead, or several seconds ahead. About 9 seconds. 9-second gap. So we're going to keep an eye on that. We're still with Andy. Coming around the pit hairpin, down the kink, into the S. We're going to keep an eye on this 9.3 second lead. It's already down to 7.46 from the last lap. So Andy, obviously very, very quick. And if you can just keep it shiny side up. 7.8 is the gap now, so it's gone up a little bit. I think John must have had a very bad lap a couple of laps ago to lose a couple seconds there. So it's back up to 8.3 now, 8.29. Going to see if I can find the lead car of John Wadsworth. He's just going into the S's, Harry. He's about to come onto the main straight, the bright pink and white car. Or is that pink or is it red? Who knows? It's a very bright color and white. So this is our leader, John Wadsworth, coming through the infield, down the pit kink, and he's coming into the S. 8.4 second lead last lap around. Let's see what the gap is now. It's still 8.06. So not making up a huge amount of time. So we're following John to make sure, because if he makes a couple of, well, fairly, to be honest, big mistakes, he has to make a couple of major mistakes to lose this race. He's already qualified as the top qualifier. So he's in pole position for the remaining 2 races in this 3-leg final. This is the first leg, and there is 40 seconds remaining. As he comes around the parabolica, you can hear cars starting to warm up already. The nitro classes are next. As John comes around down the kink and into the S once again. 8.4 second gap last time around, but John is coming up on to more lap traffic. 8.2 second gap now. Is it going to be able to maintain it? 3 lapped cars coming up, including 3rd place. Got 5th place, and then there's Gareth, and then we've got Nigel. You can hear the guy, well, I can hear the guys talking to each other on the track. There's only 5 of them out here, so they're able to talk to each other. There's no bad blood or enmity or anything like that. They're able to say, I'm coming up on you, Nigel, or whoever. And there we go. That's it. That's the finishing order. So Andy's just about to finish, and that's it. So it's finished. John, Andy, Nigel, Gareth, and Tony. Good race, guys. Okay, so now you can hear the nitro cars, and there's our lead, our winning car. Can't quite reach the pits with this camera angle, but I'm just going to take a very short break to put my ear cans on to protect my ears. All right, so we got our ear defenders on. Well, I do anyway. Harry's been wearing his all day. And so that was the first leg of GT8E. So we had John, Andy, and Nigel finish that first, second, third. Gareth and Tony finished 4th and 5th. Their next race is coming up halfway through the finals program in about an hour and a quarter. So the next race coming up is the 200 mil B final. So it's Nitro Touring Car B final. So this is going to be a 25-minute B final, which means they're going to start, obviously, with a full tank of fuel. They're going to start on the back straight. And I'm just like maneuvering things so they don't get blown away. So I can continue reading things like, important things like the schedule. So this next race, let's see if I can get the driver names as everyone's coming out to get warmed up. 1/10 B final hasn't started, so it's not on the timing. We don't have a schedule. No, final list. There we go. Race 2, 1/10 B final. 25 minutes. We've got Bob Harley, Nigel Philpott, Frank Knoll, and Toby Manser. So 4 cars in these in this B final. 4 cars. And there's let me see, the 110A final, there's 9 cars. So I don't think there is a bump up. Bob, Nigel, Frank, and Toby. So 4 cars, I should be able to keep track of who's who. I can tell the Bob's car is the all blue with the bright yellow or green. Some people see that as green. The yellowy green, the high vis rear wing. And I can't see. Well, they should have the numbers on them if they're doing this properly, and they should be. So car 3 is Frank Knoll in that pink and white. I didn't get the number of the 4th car that's out there. We got car 4, Toby Manser out there. So the other car out there is Nigel Philpott. Okay, so gray and orange, or gray and red is Toby. Frank, and that's car 2 of Nigel, is the green and white. Right. So there we go. I'm not going to mix it up at all over the next 25 minutes, he says, with some level of confidence. All right, so marshals are out there. John is out there to begin proceedings. I'm trying to remember. I think they start on the back, but I don't see any painted numbers out there. So maybe they're starting where John is standing. Okay, so the marshal, you see the mechanics, the driver mechanics with their fuel bottles. You see Bob's mechanic is out there with the blue car. She's filling up his car, and then it's a staggered grid, and then we see Nigel's next in the green and white. The chap with his back to us, or the first chap with his back to us, and then we've got Frank Knoll and Toby Manser starting just in the shade. Okay, so cars down, hands off. They shouldn't be rolling forward, and there they go. So Bob is off. He's already got a good lead. I'm going to stick with Bob until we get to, not a great start onto that main straight. Bit wide coming through the parabolica. Oh, very wide through the infield. Toby's already up into second from 4th. Pretty good. But we've got Frank all over the back of Toby. And Frank has passed Toby. So Bob is off. Let's see, he's coming around the pit straight down the kink into the S. If you've ever been in a position like this, you know that the tiniest twitch of your fingers can make your car go where you don't really want it to, but your hands are shaking, your palms are sweaty, thoughts racing through your mind. 25 minutes of high intensity racing coming up. Bob goes very wide there. But he's extending his lead. He's got a full straight lead now. You can see the cars just in the background of shot. And I thought we had lost the 4th car there. Frank has gone over a couple times now. Frank is now running in 4th position. That's not good. So we got Toby back into 2nd. And Nigel running 3rd. Sorry, no, that's Nigel. He keeps going off. He's about to get lapped by Bob here. Bob coming through the S's, chasing down the number 2 car, Nigel. Both of them going down that main straight. Both of them have about the same amount of speed. Bob holding a slightly tighter line, but just a little more hesitant than Nigel to get on the gas. The other 2 cars bumping. Oh, there goes Nigel. There he goes, and that's one of those busy marshalling spots. If this was a full grid of 8 or 10 cars, we'd definitely have 2 marshals in that spot, because that's a very busy position for cars to grip roll or just touch because they're coming off it's quite a distance to see, I should say. Is what I'm trying to say. As Bob is coming through the S's. Nigel is pulled off. He's getting some repairs, I think. It looks like he's cracked a wheel. Unfortunately, can't show that on screen, but I'm just reporting that to you. As Bob comes into the shade, down the kink, and around those very smooth S's once again. He's a bit hesitant to get on the throttle there, which I can understand. It's a slightly off-camber turn, I think, which is one reason why that is the only place on the track that has dashed lines. As you can see just here, starting on that straight. So that's to give drivers just a sense of where they are, because it is quite a distance away. If you race only indoors, that's a good, I would guess, 50 or 60 yards away. It's very far away. Obviously, Bob, as I said earlier, been racing since 1973. So I'm not going to tell you how old he is, but he's not a young man. Sorry, Bob, if you're catching this later on, but any little helps when it comes to seeing the track markings. As Bob gets into contact there with Toby. He passed him, but then Bob made a mistake, so it's not Toby's fault necessarily. Even though these cars are small, the track is big. Contact is going to happen. You can hear those 2 speeds kicking in any minute now. We're 4.5 minutes almost into this race, so we're going to start seeing pit stops happening. Nigel's car, the green and white car, is still in the pits. He's down many laps now. But at this point, it's still worth doing a bit of wrenching. He's running. Car's running. Bob's coming to the pits. Okay. So we're going to follow, just follow the green and white car. We'll see how Nigel's recovering. He's on the back straight going into Parabolica. Bob is refueled and come back out. So we're with Nigel. Nigel Philpott started second in this race, qualified as car number 2, but he's many laps down. So we're just going to follow him for a bit while the cars come in and out of the pits for this first round of pit stops. The second car is in the pits. That's Frank in the pink and white, and then Toby in the gray and orange is in the pits as well. Everyone is basically on the same round of pits now, because Nigel was in the pits for so long, he basically came out at the same time as everyone else had. Okay, so let's move forward to the blue car once again, because he's about to try to put a lap on Toby. And these are the only 2 cars that are in anywhere within touching distance of each other. So, yeah, Toby lets him by pretty easily. We do have Nigel coming up on Toby now, so let's stay on that that orange car. Nigel gets past pretty cleanly. So, okay, so let's follow the green and white. Let's see what he tries to do. This is Nigel in the green and white, car number 2. Is he just going to pace Bob, or is he going to try and pass him and get a lap back? Not sure what's happening. I don't see them chatting to each other. Bob's got headphones on to be able to talk to his mechanic down in the pits. So, yeah, okay. Pretty easy. Bob gets past. So let's catch back up to Bob in that blue car, just about to go on the start of the main straight. Down into Parabolica. And into the infield. Around the pit hairpin. Through the kink. Nigel's trying to keep up. Goes a little wide there. Oh, Bob gets it on the grass and then gives up the position. So let's just follow these 2. This is not a battle for position. It's just these 2 cars are the only 2 that are within any sort of distance to each other on the track. So there goes Nigel on the grass now. They're both about the same speed. Well, almost identical speed, just from watching them with the bare eyes. around the pit, down the pit kink, into the S. So, again, this is not a battle for position. Bob in the blue car is several laps ahead of Nigel in the green and white, who was came off the track. I think he broke his one of his rear wheels and had that change, which takes a long time. There was some other issue with the car that kept him in the pits for a few minutes. So he's actually almost a complete pit stop down. So he's effectively unlapped himself at the moment, the green and white car who we're following. It's Nigel Philpott. So behind him, I think if Bob just plays it cool, he's way in the lead. The next car ahead on timing. There goes Nigel in the grass. He's stuck in the grass. So let's get back to Bob in the blue car because he's about to catch up to Frank Knoll in the pink and white. I mean, if Nigel wasn't out of the race already, that would have put him out of the race in a tight battle. It's unfortunate for Nigel. We don't really know what happened to him, but you know, that's racing. Not everybody can finish first. So now Bob coming around Parabolica, a little bit wide there. You can see the other car, that pink and white flash. That's Frank Knoll. And Bob is trying to catch him to put him another, I believe, how many laps ahead is he? Bob's already 1 lap ahead of him, so he's trying to get another lap on Frank. Which normally, myself being a Frank, I always cheer for Frank. That's why I've always been a fan of the Williams team. Williams F1. But we're not cheering for anybody. We're presenting the story of the race. But we might see Bob catch up and lap Frank to get a second lap on him. But is he pitting already? That's ooh, yes, it's running very lean. You can hear it. Okay, let's catch up with Frank, the pink and white. Let's see what Frank Knoll's doing. You can hear Bob's car coming in. He's getting a bit of a tune. His mechanic is just richening up the engine, I believe. Because when he came in, it was very you could tell he just hardly any fuel was getting into the engine. It was just running very high pitch and you can hear it starving itself. Oh, that's not the line into the pits. Okay, so let's catch up with Bob now that in the blue. Unfortunately, our angle doesn't allow us to get the pit lane action that we want. There goes Nigel once again off the grass. That's where he originally crashed. So unfortunate for Nigel, but next time, I mean, he did qualify second, so he's not a slow driver. But we're watching Bob as he goes into the S section. So Harry, back to the S section, the pink and white car. Frank Knoll. He's about to catch Toby. Both cars, Frank a little bit quicker, but a little bit wide there. I think he's just a bit wary, maybe. Frank in that number 3, pink and white. Unfortunately, I don't know, unless I can clearly see the stickers on the rear wing of the side of the car, something like that. I unfortunately can't tell you which make of car these drivers are running. Ooh, nice line over that berm there. Frank trying to get past Toby pretty cleanly. And he doesn't have to try to pass. He's already a couple of laps ahead of Toby. Whoa, okay, Toby wasn't sure there, but Toby let him go. Right, there we go. There's only 4 cars out on track, so I think there's 8 cars, possibly 9 in the next race in the A final, so can't quite cram them all into one A final. So that's where we got a 4-car race here. Ooh, a little wide there. Don't go onto the grass. You don't want to necessarily aim for the berms, especially if they're on the outside of the track. So we're over halfway. We're 12.5, almost 12.5 minutes into this race. 7.5 remaining, I think. We've got a count up timer instead of a count down timer, so That's where I believe we're at. But you can see the time, top right corner. And then looking at the timing, it looks like I missed a mistake. Frank, Toby got past once again. Oh man, some very wide lines. I don't think it's going to be tires going off necessarily, which can happen in a 1 hour race, or 45-minute race, like we see in the European Championships. But Frank getting a little bit quite wide there. Just letting Dave or Bob catch up to him pretty easily. Bob sounds a bit lean now. Is that what he wanted? Car definitely is revving a lot higher than the others as they come down the pit kink. You see that blue car with the yellow rear wing just in shot. That's Bob chasing down Frank Knoll. Frank running in second at the moment in that number 3 car. So after that round of pit stops, Frank got his lap back, but Bob, well, as you just seen, got his own lap back. So let's follow Bob again, going down the main straight into Parabolica. A much tighter line. He makes up so much time on Frank there. So you can see that's where Frank is losing a big chunk of time, at least to Bob. As Nigel's come in and back out for a pit. Bob here about to catch up to Toby again. Oh, Toby, big roll. Luckily, lands on his wheels. So he's back out. This is a nice thing about these touring cars. They're able to roll back over under their wheels, luckily. Keep it rubber side down. Bob effectively cruising to a lead here. We're headed into the third round of pit stops. Frank Knoll just being called in to the pits. Bob's just come out of the pits. And we're back on Bob, as you can see. Taking a wide line through that infield. Nice and tight on the pit hairpin into the S's. Frank's gone off. So Bob, ooh, very wild moment there. Tank slapper. Bob in that Parabolica, catching up to Frank Knoll once again. So again, this is after the final round of pit stops. So Frank's gone back into the pit. Some sort of issue there. Or I thought he'd already gone into it. Hard to know. I only have one pair of eyes, unfortunately. I'm still with Bob. Let's go to the infield, Harry, where we see Nigel being chased by Frank. Now again, this is not a battle for position. It's just to show a little bit of action on the track. These guys are coming into the S's. Frank Knoll in the white and pink car, which is running second on screen. He is actually second on the track. Nigel Philpott in the green and white is many laps down, almost 8 laps down. And he's pulling away from Frank. I thought we'd be watching Frank catching up to Nigel. But we're actually watching Nigel pulling away from Frank as Bob is catching up to Frank. There goes Nigel into the Parabolica once again. A little wide. Not quite the racing line, but nice and tight through there. And all right through the pit hairpin. Into the S's. And down that main straight once again. Taking the inside line of those where the dash lines are. So now these guys are all spread out. So Frank's pulled away from No, he hasn't. He's fallen way behind. He's fallen so far behind that Nigel is now not... He's catching up to him again already, but Nigel is pulling away from Bob, where Bob is either rolled off and is just going to take, I say easy, but racing at this level is not a matter of just flicking a switch, but he is going to take an easy win here. And who's that upside down? That's Frank once again upside down, so yeah, that must have been what happened to him previously. So I think Nigel's passed him easily once again, and Bob is, yeah. Okay, so we're on the last couple of minutes, so let's go back to the Parabolica. And are we already on Bob? We're on Bob now. There we are. There's Bob, our eventual, our feature winner. It's 2 laps. Yeah, Frank had so many problems actually that Toby got past him in the gray and orange cars, gotten past Frank. So, and they are on the same lap. So if they were any close, oh, Bob's had a big mistake. That's okay though. He's 2 laps ahead of Toby. So Toby's made up a lap on Bob now. That's fine. That's absolutely fine. There's 1 minute left. These guys are running 20-ish second laps. 19, 20 seconds if they're quick. Oh, Bob, what's happened? What has happened? This could be a big problem for Bob if he keeps making that mistake. So now Toby's, it's about a quarter or a third of a lap ahead. I'm wondering if that is a grip or a brake issue for Bob. Okay, take it easy around here. Yeah, okay, so he makes a turn this time. 2 laps in a row he came off there. So that's another lap complete. He's still a lap ahead. There's 20 seconds of time left. Oop, there's a big cart tire in the middle of the pit straight. Martin Mechanic needs to get that. Okay, that is the finish. Oh, he's in the grass again. Marshall. Come on, guys. Come on, guys. Luckily, Toby's still half a lap behind. Oh, was he finished? Did they call him finished? They must have. Jeez. Okay. Right then. So that was relatively quiet. 4 cars only that time. What is going on? Did he come in a lap too early? What? There's a major problem for Bob's car. Oh, you know what? Yeah. I completely messed that up. It's 25 minutes, not 20 minutes. Even though I said it many times before. So, yeah, we're still on Bob. Toby, oh man, now Toby's gone in the grass. Frank Knoll coming in for a pit. So Bob still needs to keep it on the black stuff for another 3.5 minutes or so. So he's coming up to who once was second place. He's now third. Frank Knoll, that pink and white. Put a lap on him. Try not to hit anybody. Yeah, so I think Bob came in for a splash and dash, and that confused me because it was coming up on the 20-minute mark. So, but it was actually his, well, not actually a splash and dash. It was a proper pit stop, and then something happened. Ended up in the grass, because when you're racing and you're trying to keep things as even and as metronomic as possible, but when you disrupt that by going into the pits, something might happen in the pits. You might look around. Your mechanic might make a mistake, or you might need to change tires, or something off happens, and that throws off your rhythm. And I think that's what happened with Bob. And he ended up upside down and in the grass and had to be rushed back. So he kept his place. He's not in danger on track from anybody. The car directly behind him is third place, who's been lapped. He's 2 laps down. But Toby is about... If Toby makes up another lap on Bob, then Bob is in danger. But at the moment, Bob's still able to cruise to an easy win. He just needs to keep it calm. Doesn't have to go super, super tight, but he does have to keep it all in the black stuff. Shiny side up, rubber side down, all the memes. So now he's pretty much back on pace, really. 18.7 that time, 19.8 for Toby. That's a slow lap for Toby because everyone else is doing 18.8s. So everyone else doing about the same amount of time, same lap time. You can hear the next batch of cars about to go on track. It's the 220 GT cars. So now we're about a minute left. So my mistake before, I just need to remember all of the races. Well, the next race is 25 minutes, and the remaining long races are 30 minutes. So, he's following Bob is second to last time, going down the main straight into the infield, and is about to put a lap onto Toby, that's the second place car in front of him. He's about to put a lap on him, so not a battle. And a nice, easy pass. I think Toby's been taking it easy. He's going to enjoy taking second. So 10 seconds remaining. So yet one more lap for just about everybody, I think. Frank is going to get caught here. Yep, Frank in the green and white car is caught. So, whoa! Sorry, that was Nigel that was caught. Frank has just gone into the grass. So now Bob is finished. There we go. That is almost one more car to finish. There we go. That's everyone done. Good race, Bob. Good race, Toby. Good race, Frank and Nigel. So 75 laps for Bob. Pretty good. He seems pretty calm about it. Not exactly spraying the champagne or anything, but, you know. There we go, pretty good. Still not quite sure yet if they're bumping up. I did ask one person in the pits, and it's he's here filling in a space for somebody. Basically just occupying a free car at the moment. And he didn't know, so he doesn't normally race these. But I'll mark that down just in case these guys do bump up. So that was Bob, Toby, Frank, and Nigel. First through fourth. So next up is 220 GT B final. And that's going to be a 25 minute race. Not 20 minute, 25. So in this race, pole position. I shouldn't say pole position. First position. It's Mark Newby. Then we've got Byron Russell, Jim Beasley. Car 4 is Devendra Mahatme. Jamie Goodall, Darren Keeble, Ian Arkell, Phil Edwards, Daniel Chilvers, Christopher Louth, and Jack Caffrey. So there's 11 cars in this race. they're going to be running 25 minutes for the B final. The A final is going to have 10 cars in it, so I don't believe there's bumping up for these guys. However, is going to be a significant leap in complication, number spotting, name calling, and position swapping, because there's 11 cars in this race rather than the 4 that we just saw complete. So I'll ask for forgiveness now when I miss a lot of these. 1 minute remaining of this warm-up period. There's just warm-up at the moment. You can probably hear them all zipping about. It's starting to come in, get topped up. The mechanics are going to be taking the cars out onto the starting grid, which is just immediately beneath this. You can see there, one of the stewards, BRCA officials. There's tiny little white dots just dotted around. And they're actually starting around the pit hairpin. So you can see staggered start, 1, 2, 3, 4, all the way down. You can see cars down already. Quick. Cars down. Oh man, that is a messy start. That is a very messy start. But first, second, third, fourth are off in order. No changes in position. We're going to stick with these leading cars. Okay, so that is Mark Newby out in front in that number 1 car. 2 and 3 already swapping. 3's out in front. That's Jim Beasley getting ahead of Byron. We're sticking with Mark Newby here in that. Quite nice. Didn't even see this car earlier. I don't remember seeing it. That silver, purple, and blue car. And he's already coming up on lap traffic coming through the S's. So this is not going to get confusing whatsoever at all. Not a bit. Into the parabolica. Into nice pass there. Already putting a lap down on that number 11 car. Oh, watch it there. Okay. Mark going through the S's and coming onto that main straight. Marshall, watch your ankles. Into the parabolica. About to put a lap on. Is this the number 10? Yes. Luckily, if they don't have a car number on, at least they tend to have it on the left side of the car, so we can actually read it up here. So Mark getting swooping past the number 10 car of Christopher Louth, the number 11 car Jack Caffrey. So the number 2 car is catching. That red and white car is second place. Byron, I believe that's Byron Russell. I'm gonna. Yes, I think that's a 2. Definitely a 2. That's Byron. Ooh, Mark getting tapped as he's passing a lap car. Let's keep these 2 cars in shot. That is good action there. Coming into the parabolica, into the infield, around the pit hairpin, through the kink, and into the S's. These 2 guys, very, very tight. Byron has made up a load of space on Mark. Mark in that leads silver car. Byron in the red. Going through the kink again. A bit easier through there. Lap traffic is going to be playing a significant role here. You can tell already. We haven't even gotten into the pit action here. We're only 2.5 minutes into this race. There's still at least about 2 minutes before the pit action starts. Such a shame we can't bring it to everybody on screen. I'll have to describe what I see in the pits when that action happens, if anything happens. This is 1 and 2, Mark and Byron. Almost nose to tail coming through that infield. You can tell, oh, there goes Mark. Is he going to be able to make up that, he slid out. Is he going to be able to make up this space? Is Byron just on point with his settings here as the track has changed, it's dried out just a bit from the morning. Dead car. Oh, Mark tags the dead car. That's not good. He was way offline as well. So, oh man, let's stick with this red car then, because there's some yelling in the pits. Not sure what happened there. Mark has just come out of the pits, so don't. Oh no, that wasn't Mark in the pits. Mark is still behind on track to Byron here. Now Mark has gone into pits. Not sure what's going on. I'm keeping an eye on him. We're going to stick with the red car. Alex Thurston from the A final is giving a good look to Mark's car. His mechanic is, I can't see what they're adjusting, but we're going to stick with Byron because there's absolutely no one else challenging for this lead. Mark is now at least 2 laps down. Byron's coming to the pits. Okay, so let's find third place cars. Number 3 of Jim Beasley. And we're just going to let the pits shake out for a bit while we look for car number 3. Well, lots of cars are coming in the pits now. Lots and lots of cars. Okay, so let's find the red car once again. He's just coming into the infield. Okay, this is the confusing part. Is Mark still in the pits? I don't think so. His mechanic is taking the starter box away. Mark is done. That is really unfortunate for our pole sitter for this race. Just very bad luck. Okay, so we're back to the racing action now. Who is Byron catching up to? That is a familiar looking car. I want to say, I don't know who that is. Number 7 of Ian Arkell. That's Byron passing Ian. Put a lap down. Byron is Ian is he's just past him. Ian's in 4th. Wow, so he's already lapped up to 4th place. Not too shabby at all. And while I was looking, he's already lapped another car as well. So Byron sticking it, landing it, and running away with it at the moment. He's 14 seconds ahead of the number 4 car of Devendra Mahatme. So we'll keep an eye on that. I'm just going to try and spot where that number 4 car is on track while we stick with Byron here. We still have, we're in the finals here, and we still have cars that have no numbers on them. So I'm not sure how that has happened. I think Devendra is in the car with no numbers because so if I'm correct, Byron is catching Devendra. So as Byron comes around Parabolica, that flash of yellow in front of him is Devendra. I can confirm. I did see a number fly off during the warm-ups, and of course, the stickers that are the number stickers, if they're put onto a surface like the outside of these body shells that's already coated with nitro grease and all sorts of stuff, they're not going to stick. You got to clean them off somehow, folks. Get these numbers to stick so race officials can at least say who's doing what. So Devendra running in 2nd. Byron, who we are on at the moment, that red and white, quite simple paint job, at least from up here, from several yards away. Byron catching Devendra. Maybe he's rolled it off a bit just to take it easy because there's still, we are 7.5 minutes into this race. There's still about 18 minutes left. Again, we don't have a countdown timer. We have a count up timer. I'm trying to math in my head. So yeah, maybe he's just taking it easy. Devendra goes in for pits, and there we go. Now it's Byron's got a clear track ahead of him, at least for another couple of laps. So he can basically just time trial this Here we go, me saying a couple of laps, and within half a lap, he's already on the next couple of cars to lap. Oh! Oh, that was so close. Oh! Nice! I hope the camera caught that. That was amazing. I mean, not for that driver, obviously, but, you know, for the spectacle. And there goes Byron into the pits. So let's, second place car is this yellow car coming into the pit. That's Devendra. I think he's still in the, yes, he's still in second. 23 seconds behind Byron, who has gone out cleanly because he's not in the pits anymore. He's out. Okay, so we'll just stick with Devendra a bit. Because Byron is 3 cars behind Devendra. Got an upside down car on the main, on the pit straight. All right, no worries. Everything fine. Where's Devendra gone? Yeah, still there. Now Byron is 1 car behind. Oh, now the next car behind because can't tell who that was, but decided to throw himself into the grass. But Devendra working through this lap traffic. Some of these cars really, really wanting to make the passes easy for him. And just decide to drive onto the green stuff. And there we go. That's the battle for first and second again. Ooh. Tight, tight, tight. Oh! Into the inside line. Okay, there we go. Now that's danger. Danger, Will Robinson, trying to get past these lap traffic. And we're with Byron as he's got Devendra right behind, but a lap down. And it's no longer Devendra in second. Devendra's now third. Car 5 of Jamie Goodall is now second because these cars just don't want to, don't want to stay on the track, some of them. So the green car that you can just see behind Byron is our actual second place car now. That is Jamie Goodall. Jamie's a lap down, so this is not a chase. He's just been lapped, as you were watching. I was trying to figure out what was happening on the timing screen. And missed it myself, but yeah. Byron, again, just like in the last race, kind of running away with this at the moment, but as we've seen, as always happens, there's always some sort of drama that happens somewhere along the way. It could be literally anything. It could be, in the case with 11 cars on track, well, now 10. I think there's 10. No, there's 9 now, but still more than double the number of cars that were on track in the last race that we watched. Any one of these cars that are getting lapped could suddenly end up on the wrong side of the track and crash into somebody and cause someone an accident, just like that. Almost. I mean, that wasn't a close one. We've seen closer ones already in this race. There could be engine problems, fuel problems, running out of fuel problems, tire chunking, and causing all sorts of mischief. But Byron is just scything his way through this field, going very, very quickly. These the 2 cars in the pits. One has just died in the pits, so it's slightly quieter than it was at the start of the race when we had 11 cars. Our first victim was Daniel Chilvers, who finished with 8 laps. Then we had Mark Newby, unfortunately, or an unfortunate pole sitter, finished on 12 laps. Christopher Louth, no, he's just crossed the line, but he's been having some problems. He's got 26. But Byron Russell is about to finish his 44th lap already. And we're at 13 minutes. So we're just past the halfway point. So we're probably going to be getting into close to 90 laps here with this. And Halifax is a pretty fast track, as you can see. We've got a dead car just in front of him. Oh, safe. Okay. Well, generally, when you hear something crack when you're watching one of these races, or you're driving one of these races, that's a bad thing for whatever made that crack noise. Ooh, we have a dead car at the end of the straight as well, but it's off the racing surface, so Byron's already passed it anyway. This car is doing about 50 or 60 miles an hour. Ooh, that's a close one. You work that out into kilometers. I'm not sure what that quite works out to. Trying to get past Devendra, sorry. Put another lap on Devendra. But you can be patient when you're 2 laps ahead. Well, 1 lap and about to make it 2. Oh, there you go. Now it's 2 laps. Guy's being pretty patient. You kind of have to be. I mean, this is a nationals level championship, but there's still a fair number of dangers that you got to watch out for if you're one of the leading cars. So on 52 laps, I got Byron Russell, Jamie Goodall with 51, Devendra Mahatme with 50, Ian Arkell with 49, Phil Edwards just crossed for 48, Jim Beasley 43, Darren Keeble 41, Jack Caffrey 36, and Christopher Louth with 34. There is, let's see, we're 15 and a half minutes into the race. We have 9.5 minutes remaining. We're doing pretty good so far. We're about to come up on, if not already, is Byron out of sync with the racing? With the pitting. Or have I missed a pit stop somewhere? Ooh, into the grass and back out of it pretty cleanly. That's all right. You gonna pit now? No. I may have missed this pit. Yeah, we did miss this pit. So let's see it. 8 and 5. Just trying to see who else is just ahead of him. I think it's the pink car. No, it's the green car. Just ahead of Byron, who we're on, is the second place of Jamie. That green car that's flashing through the picture. Oh, there goes Byron. Into the pits. So let's go onto the green car, just coming onto the main straight. That is Jamie. So we'll stick with him for a little while until he goes into the pits, or assuming he does. Byron's already out. No drama. That's a nice thing about the radio headsets that a lot of the racers have now. They're fairly expensive, but I imagine they're expensive. But they let you talk at a normal tone of voice to your mechanic instead of shouting down and trying to figure out what sort of hand signal they're giving you. Check your throttle, check your steering. Lean it out. There's all sorts of hand signals. Remember articles in print magazines several years back of here's the hand signals you can use for when you're pitting. But nowadays, I'd say probably at least a third, maybe a half of these guys have the radio headset, so they can not only protect their ears from these very high revving engines, get up to about 30,000 RPM. But they can talk to their mechanics and find out exactly what is happening to the car, at least to the best of their mechanics' ability. So this is Jamie Goodall in this green and black car. Just finished his 61st lap, running in second. It's a lap down from the leader, Byron Russell in the red car that we've been following most of the race. Devendra, who we followed for a bit in the bright yellow car, in third. Mark Newby, our unfortunate pole sitter, dropped out with 12 laps with some sort of undiagnosed problem. I am 99% sure none of these guys are going to be bumping up to the next race. So this is it. This is it for their day. Ooh. That was a close one. Got a funny car. So that's a broken bumper or broken body posts, plural. And you cannot race like that because you'll be absolutely just smashing into everybody else, or rather everyone else will be smashing into you. The mechanic has pulled the body off of that car, and they are wearing headsets, but yeah, he stopped the engine. You don't really have to say much to the driver. He's unfortunately, that driver's walked off the stand. Car 11's in the pits, and we have Byron has crashed, and so Jamie's made up a lap on Byron. Let's go back to into the S's, the red and white car. Ooh, just sideswiped accidentally that gray and orange car. This is Byron. He just crashed there at the end of the parabolica, at the end of the main straight, a lap previously. So is there an issue? Jamie, who we were following, that green and black car, has just come out of the pits. No drama there. Devendra is in the grass, so losing a bit of time to Byron here. Byron, that is car number 8 of Phil Edwards in that bright pink. So Jamie's just behind Byron. So he pitted, so Byron's got the lap back. Byron's pitting now. Great. Okay, so let's go back to the green car. Sorry, folks. Didn't realize Byron would be going into the pits. Unfortunate timing, but we're just trying to see, just follow him if there was an issue there. And apparently there's not. Just brain fade or brake fade, one of the two. You pick. It happens. These are longer races than some drivers are used to. Certainly me. So we're 21 minutes with 4 minutes remaining. And we are on Jamie Goodall. Started 5th, running 2nd. At present, he's on the same lap, actually, as Byron. Byron is just behind. Jamie's gone into the pits again. What's happened here? He'd already gone into the pits. Maybe was that a splash and dash? Let's go back to Byron on just at the parabolica now. In that red and white car, Jamie's back out on the pits, but I think Byron's made the lap back. Yes, he has, on the timing system. Jamie with the 28-second lap then, so yeah, that was a pit stop. Phil also with the 28. So, yeah, back with Byron, our very likely leader, but just like in the last race, a couple of mistakes, and on a lap on a track this size, they kind of have to be fairly large mistakes, but just 2 or 3 maybe biggish mistakes in the last 2.5 minutes. Unlikely, but it could happen. So we're following Byron, just in case. I can tell you off screen, Jamie has gone past some lap traffic and a dead car. The same dead car that Jamie just passed. But he died in a different part of. Oh, okay, Jamie's Byron's just coming for pits. Kind of a sloppy sort of pit stop. But we're back with him now. That's the number 11 car, dead on the side in the grass. Well, not dead, still moving, but just stuck. And Marshall's, unfortunately, just slow to get him out. At number 11 of Jack Caffrey. So Byron is completely on his own now. There's absolutely no one around him. This is the ideal time to throw down some very quick laps when there's no one around to distract you, except for a dead car on the side of the road. There's some good lines and some good times. 16-ish, in the region of 16.5-second laps last time around and the time before. So some good times. So 1 minute remaining in this B final for 220 GT. Half a minute. Byron coming into the infield. Around the pit hairpin. Past the kink. That start-finish line. Into the S. Whoa! A little slide there. It's fine. It's completely fine. He's like a lap and a half. Almost a lap and a half ahead of second place Jamie Goodall. And this is going to be his final lap, his victory lap. Well, technically, the next time he crosses the line, because then the time stopped. But yeah, so a lap and a half victory lap. That doesn't make any sense, does it? So here we go. Now it's the start of his victory lap. Final lap. Oh, and a crash. But it's completely fine. He's finished. It's fine. Calm down, people. It's okay. He's fine. And that is it. I believe everyone that was running is now done. So finishing order, Byron Russell with 87 laps. I told you to get up to close to 90. I was hoping it'd be right about 90, but yeah. Jamie Goodall, Devendra Mahatme, Ian Arkell, Phil Edwards, Jack Caffrey, Darren Keeble, Christopher Louth, and Jim Beasley. Mark Newby and Daniel Chilvers unfortunately weren't able to finish.
I just want to say one thing about that race. The driving etiquette was a bit beyond belief. I think you can all do a lot better than that.
Did you hear Muriel? Everyone, raise your standard of driving. I'm telling you. I'm telling you before Muriel tells you. Right. So, we are back to electric. I'm going to take my ear defenders off. So, so in the first leg of this race, we had John, Andy, and Nigel. So basically what that means is if John wins this, he's won the championship round. Okay? Because they're racing three legs of this final. And so if you win two, then that's it. You've won 2 out of 3. If Andy wins this and John comes second, then it's a dead heat or dead tie, and obviously it'll go to the third race. So that would make it quite interesting. So we're not going to cheer for anyone in particular, but just keep that in mind. You know, this is live TV and all. We want to have a nice show.
GTA Nitro drivers out marshalling this one, please.
Right. So John, Andy, and Nigel. Obviously, if it finishes in any other order, for example, the other two chaps, Gareth and Tony,
4.
if one of those guys finishes first and second, well, first. If anyone but John finishes first, this will go to a third decider.
Okay, so if you can bring them into the start and get on your right numbers this time, or not numbers, the right dots.
And like Muriel says, get on the right dots, people.
30 seconds to race 4.
Because we're at 30 seconds away. The computer is controlling the timing here, basically. But I believe there is a human being, Muriel, controlling the start tone. So we're less than a minute away. 5 drivers only, so fairly easy. Okay, less than 5. Was that a jump? He did stop. Okay, so no crashes this time between second and third. Putting Andy and Nigel. Everyone off to a clean start-ish, sort of. John getting away. Pulling a gap. Ooh, little mistake there. Let's Andy catch up. Or was it just slow to accelerate? Oh, wide line. All right. If we have the John and Andy show, we've got a race. Because they are absolutely pulling away from Nigel in third.
Harry, can you stop, please?
Uh-oh.
Can
Uh-oh.
you stop, please?
Red flag. What's happened?
Race over. The finishing order is 9, 4,
What's
7,
happened?
3.
We don't
2,
quite know what's
1,
happened.
6, 5.
Oh, that's
8.
unfortunate. Don't really know what happened there. Think they're just okay. Lining up in grid order once again.
I've just have to reset it, just a sec.
I got the guys on the stand are they're not upset. They're having a little laugh together. I mean, I must say the average age is probably older than me of these guys. So they've been around a little while. They've seen worse. So just trying to figure out. Well, I mean, we don't have to figure out what happened. We're just gonna figure out. Moves the count down to 10 seconds. All right. So, oh, little. Is that another? Less than 5. There we go. Once again. Let's see what happens this time. Oop. Okay, so no crashes in the S's. Second and third, that's Andy and Nigel. Oh, Andy getting a little wide there now. This time, is he going to be able to catch up? We're sticking with John Wadsworth, followed by Nigel into those S's now. Andy trying to come back. He's back into third. But we're with John coming into the infield. Oh, no. Tragedy for Andy. His wheels come off. That's bad luck. Or what can you say? So, well, you know, from a racing perspective, that would have happened eventually anyway. But yeah, John Wadsworth off into the lead, running away. But not he's built up a lead. But he's not pulling away so much at the moment, anyway, from Nigel in the number 3 car, who's in second. Got 4 cars out of the 5 still running. We are 1 minute and a quarter into this race. 5 minutes total. So John, again, looks like he's going to be... yeah, he's definitely pulling a gap, pulling a bigger gap now over Nigel. Andy, unfortunately, pulling off. I think it was John, Andy, and Nigel last time. So if John is able to maintain this, well, even just the lead, not even the gap, as Andy is forlornly walking out to pick up his car. So I'll give you a little report on if he brings it back in more than one piece. I think it is in more than one piece. But John working his way through Gareth, and then past Gareth, past Tony, and then Gareth, doing that parabolica. There you can see poor Andy off to pick up his car. Marshall's coming out to bring it to him. Nice little semi-quiet break. The only thing you can really hear on these cars is the gear diffs working their magic inside the cars. Yeah, there's definitely a wheel missing off of Andy's car. You can see it as he's bringing it back. Never how you want to finish a race. Although, I will say, one time at a U.S. Nationals event, I did have the one and only Masami Hirosaka pick up my car just outside of the first turn of the race, missing all 4 of its tires because I hadn't glued them in. So that was massively embarrassing, wasn't it? Ooh, dead car. Oh, no, it's all right. Able to get around. Nice and bright. So, like I said, most of these racers are old enough to a very bright color scheme works well for them. And the size of these tires, you can actually see where they're pointing rather than the 10 scale cars. You can't really, you can just tell that there's white dots in the wheel openings. So you can hear the cars, maybe the next round of cars, I think it's going to be the 200 mil IC touring cars getting warmed up. There's 30 seconds left in this race. So they've got, I think it's 4 minutes between the end of this race and the start of the next. It's all quite quick. Computer timing. So John, let's easily a third of a lap ahead. Nigel, I think, has been caught. Gareth has been caught. Tony's been caught. So Nigel just or John Wadsworth just finishing this race. And there they go. That's 2 wins out of 3 races. So that's it. John takes the overall win. So it's going to be Andy and Nigel to finish, to race for second and third spots in the third and final.
So the 220B finalists, those who haven't been given other marshalling duties, can you get ready to marshal the next race now, please?
All right, these guys have 2 minutes remaining before their 30-minute A final starts. As expected, Alex Thurston starting on pole, proper pole position, not just first position, pole. Stefan Chodzinski starting second, Neil Wallace in third, Matthew Cook fourth, Jonathan Withington fifth, Thomas Gill sixth, Michael Lee in the seventh spot, Stephen Brook car 8, and Devendra Mahatme starting in ninth. They've got about a minute before they start pulling them in to top them off. At least the top 2 cars are going to be easy to spot. The bright pink of Alex Serson and the white and black of Stefan Chodzinski. Neil Wallace, the car 3. Let's see if we can spot him. Where's he at? He hasn't come underneath us yet. Is he out there? Got Lewis Hamilton out there. Car 3 is Neil Wallace, is Lewis Hamilton. Car 4, Matthew Cook. Just trying to make sure I can spot these guys properly. 5, Jonathan Withington is the white and orange. Okay, so they've reset the timer. There's still 3 minutes to go then. So they've got about 2 minutes of warm-up time remaining. And helpfully, the order that they are on the pit, on the rostrum, I don't think corresponds at all to the order of the mechanics in the pit lane. I don't think. No, not at all. Thurston is third in the mechanic spots, and he's like 4th or 5th on the rostrum, so yeah. That doesn't help. Not that I can identify Matthew Cook anyway, I just need to know the car number. Car 8. I don't see car 4 at all. So, but we know Alex Pink, Stefan White, Neil Wallace, Lewis Hamilton, Jonathan Withington, white and orange, and Matthew Cook is unknown at the moment. That's car 4. Those are probably going to be the major players in this race. So we're. Okay, so final bits of fuel starting to go into the cars. But Neil Wallace as Lewis Hamilton. He's got a 44 and oh, okay, so he's not Lewis Hamilton. He's running 44 and 77, so he's Bottas Hamilton scheme. Okay, there's not Neil Wallace. That's Matthew Cook is the white and blue. So we've got pink, white, Mercedes, and then white and blue. Here's your top 4. As you can see, we've got 9 cars. Well, you might not be able to see, but you trust me, there's 9 cars out there. As Harry's panning over, helpfully, thank you. Some funky starting positions. So we're. Yeah, Muriel's moving us up from saving us 10 seconds on the grid here. Less than 5. Cars down. Cars down. And there's the tone. Steph able to get a shoot away into second. Neil right on his tail. Matthew Cook in that blue and white car being chased by Car 5. Okay, so Alex Thurston. Wow, he's yarding everybody, even Stefan. And Stefan is not slow. He's got Neil Wallace all over him. Well, not quite, but they're off and away. No big crashes. We did have somebody go off. Oh, he's lost a wing. That's it. If that's come out of his body, that he's done. Let's drop back to the second battle for second place. That's the white car and the silver car. Because Alex, ooh, that's a pass for the lead. That's Neil getting past Stefan. Oh, and then Neil gives it up. Going into the grass. That's it. Okay, let's go back to that battle for third. Just going into the infield and around the pit. It's cars 4 and 6. Car 4 of Matthew Cook and 6 of Thomas Gill. And not too far behind is, who is that? Can I see car number? Car 5 of Jonathan Whittington. So we've got Steph has been able to get away from these guys. Got Matthew Cook in that leading car, the blue and white, and then the 6 and 5, Jonathan and Matthew. There's a battle for third because Alex has already started lapping people. Steph is about just a few turns behind, so now we're on, this is the battle for third still. It's now a 2-car battle. Withington's fallen behind just a little bit. Going into that parabolica. Looks like Matthew is starting to pull away now from that car 6 of Thomas Gill. That car that lost its wing is back out, sounds like. So this battle for third still shaping up. 30-minute race. Anything can happen. Absolutely anything at all. Like I was mentioning earlier, these guys, you get into a rhythm. If that rhythm gets disrupted as you're going around by having to go wide around a slow car or defend against an opponent on the track, and then suddenly you have to pit and your mechanic's yelling up to you or talking to you over the radio, then break your rhythm. Neil Wallace crashed at the start of that straight, and it looks like Matthews really pulled away from Thomas here. Let's go back to Alex, just about to come around the pit hairpin just now in that bright pink. Steph Chod, actually, his paint scheme isn't all that different from Alex's. It's just got white instead of pink. They both have black wheels, both have black wings. I'm not sure what car Steph is running. I want to say it's a Capricorn, but I'm probably utterly wrong. I can't tell from here what stickers are on his car. But Alex, absolutely in a world of his own, running 16-second lap time, 16 flat. Stefan's last lap, 16.4. Alex Thurston backing up the 15.99. So, yeah. You know what I was saying about metronomic. Whoop, he's already in the pits. Okay, let's where's Steph? Steph's just come out. It's going into the S's. Alex has come out, no drama at all. You can just see Alex there a few corners behind Steph. So I think Steph is maybe about to come in. Unless he already has, and I've missed it. It's certainly possible. There's 9 cars out on track, and they're all running amazingly. We're almost 5 minutes in. So we're still with Stefan Chudzinski, going into those S's. And all this talking about Alex running smooth and like a metronome is not to say that Stefan is not. He's just a bit quicker than Steph. I think they are running 2 different car brands. I have no clue about their engine or fuel or even tires. They're black and round, and the fuel smells like nitro fuel. That's all I can tell you. But Stefan just cutting his way. That's Matthew Cook behind him. Are they on the same lap? I think they are. They are in the same lap. This is a battle for second. Matthew Cook has come up and caught Stefan. Matthew sliding out just a bit there, losing some traction. So Steph's able to pull away. All these cars four-wheel drive, belt-driven. I think they've both come in for pits. Don't know if Steph's was slow or what happened. All I can tell you is what you see on screen is that Matthew Cook from 4th place has really just reeled in Stefan Chodzinski. The next car physically on the track behind, well, now it's a lap car, but it is Alex Thurston is the next car behind the orange and green car that they've just lapped about a half a lap ago. So Alex, I mean, yeah, very, very quick. But Matthew, is he going to be able to reel in Steph here? Let's stick with this battle. Ooh, okay, getting past the lap traffic there, pretty good. Lap traffic, playing ball. And I'm not hearing anybody calling out for lap traffic. There's no referee action here. The guys are able to talk to each other on the rostrum and say, hey, so-and-so, I'm going to be coming through in 2 corners. Everyone, all these top 3 guys, you can probably see them all in the, well, sort of. Top 3 guys, not in that order. We got 2nd and 3rd, and then behind these 2 on screen, you just see them in a flash of pink. That dot of pink behind them is Alex Thurston, who's in 1st. Coming up to lap them, I think Alex is playing the smart game here, though. Like I've mentioned in previous races, just sit back. And your mechanic can easily act as your spotter and just tell you, okay, you've got so-and-so just ahead of you, running 3rd. He's got Steph just ahead of him. This is a battle, so careful. Neil Wallace dead right in front of the pits. Unfortunately, that is the 3 car, probably out of action for the rest of this race. Got another dead car, dead in the infield. Cars just passing. Alex and Matthew have just pitted. Was that Matthew? Oh no, Steph, sorry, my bad. Okay. Let's reset and let's follow Steph because Matthew's probably going to be coming in again for his pit stop. And we'll keep an eye on that. Neil's come back out. He's refueled. We're on Steph. He's been passed by Alex as they pitted. Obviously, these guys not playing any silly buggers. And they know their paint schemes. They know the color, the driver of the color of the car in front of them. So Alex played it patient there, played it cool, let the guys go into the pits. He said, okay, thank you very much. And I'll just get past you nice and easy without trying to force the issue. I don't think Matthew Cook has come in. Was a fan of the RC Racing TV broadcast, trying to get into the shot there a little bit too much. So let's see. So the running order is Alex, Matthew, Stefan, Jonathan Withington, Thomas Gill, Neil Wallace, Michael Lee, Devendra, and Stephen. Let's try and find that bright pink car of Alex. Follow him for a few laps. Coming around the pit hairpin, down the kink, into the S's. It's coming up again on lap traffic. It's going to be a constant flow of lap traffic coming at him. Come around the parabolic and into the infield. Around that. Ooh, okay. Clear. Into the S's again. Halifax track, so smooth and flowing. Still very high speed. I want to say the 2-speed gearboxes of these things kick in at least 3 times per lap. Once in the main straight, once right here. First gear, and then down past the start-finish line just there. So very, very quick. These cars doing about 50 or 60 miles an hour down that main straight. It's a guesstimate. I don't have a speed gun, but I think that's the number I remember hearing. That could be for 1/8, but I'm not sure. As Alex is siding through the lap traffic once again. A little bit of bumping and barging just ahead of him. It's all clear. Woo. Look at that, maintaining the racing line as he's making these passes. 16.3 that last time. He's hardly losing any time at all. Matthew Cook in that white and blue car about a third of a lap behind, 3 or 4 corners behind. He's a lap down. Steph Chud, he's a lap down as well to Alex. Everyone else is 3 or more laps behind Alex. So plenty of racing action. Let's go back to the S's, because I think we got a battle for second back on between the white and blue car and the white car of Matthew Cook and Stefan Chod. Oh, and there goes Steph into the pits. Let's go back to Matthew into just coming on the main straight in that blue and white, or white and blue, sorry. He might go straight into the pits. Steph comes out, no drama. So I don't know if Matthew is pitted just recently. But we're following him. Steph maintaining a good pace going around. Steph's still in third. He's 10 seconds behind Matthew, so Matthew not pitting again, so that may have been just a very brief battle for second, as Matthew had pitted possibly, as Alex is coming up on Matthew now. Put him another lap down. Actually, no, this is to put him 1 lap down. He's 15 seconds ahead. Now he's a lap down. These guys, I imagine, have raced each other up and down the country for years. Matthew now officially a full lap down. Steph 10 seconds behind Matthew. Everyone else spread out by a lap, 1 lap, 1 lap, 1 lap, 4 laps, 5 laps. So the ring order at the moment, we're halfway through this race, 14 and a half minutes in, and we are with Alex Thurston on 52 laps, Matthew Cook on 51, Stefan Chardzinski on 51, Jonathan Withington, Thomas Gill, Neil Wallace, Michael Lee, Devendra Mahatme, and Stephen Brook. All right, so we're still on Matthew Cook, 10 seconds ahead of Steph. He's just coming down the straight. So Steph has made up about a second. In the last few laps. Okay, so Matthew is just pitted. So, like I was saying, this somehow they're out of sync. So, unless Steph is just about to pit, keep an eye on him. So Matthew going past one of the lap cars, and then it's Stefan about 20 yards behind. See if we can get both these guys on screen. There we go. That's just there. That flash of white is Stefan. Battle for second. Trying to keep an eye on Stefan, because I think they're slightly out of sync with their pit stops. 0.69 between them apparently. Whoa! Okay, now it's a battle. Now it's an even tighter battle. Ooh! And lap traffic. That number 6 car almost getting in the way and causing a ruckus. Thomas Gill. Ooh! Helpfully, the upside down yellow car there is Matthew Cook and Stefan coming around the pit hairpin. Stefan, is he going to pit? I don't know. We don't have, obviously, a Le Mans style tracker of when anyone has pitted or not. So it's just what we can see on screen. There he goes. There. Okay, he's into the pits. So we're just going to stick with Matthew. So now that'll put Stefan another slow pit stop, I think, for Stefan, and he hits the wall. 10 seconds, 10 and a half seconds behind now. So, well, unsure how that's going to play out. We're 17 minutes in, about 13 minutes left. We've been following Matthew for quite a while. Let's follow, going into the infield, Steph in the white car and black wing. Car number 2 started second, running third at the moment. Car number 3 of Neil Wallace, if you're curious, the Mercedes fan. Maybe slightly maybe he's a massive Lewis Hamilton fan. He's obviously a Mercedes fan, but I was calling him Lewis Hamilton replica car. It's actually a Mercedes replica car. He started third, but he faded somehow. Don't know why. He went off a couple times that we saw, and just had a few issues. So Stefan Chudzinski here on screen, zipping down the main straight through the Parabolica into the infield, past the pit kink there, into the S. The flash of pink that you can just see possibly a couple of cars ahead is Alex Thurston, our leader, who is about over a lap and a half. Sorry, over a lap ahead of Stefan. Might be 2 laps actually. Yes, 2 laps. So we're kind of following, we are following Stefan, but Neil Wallace engine died again. He's dead on the straight. Hopefully no one hits him. He's well off camera though, so we're just following Stefan. Bad luck. That's terrible if you have engine problems in a long final like this, because early on you can maybe come back from it, but if it's just constant and you're forever in the pits, then yeah, you can't do a whole lot. So Matthew Cook, who is second in the race at the moment, 10.2 seconds ahead of Stefan, who we're following. And that gap has maintained ever since Stefan came out from the pits, from his last stop. Matthew has just stopped for his pit at 20 minutes, so this will be his last stop. And yeah, they're not. The next car in front of Steph, who we're following, he's almost a full straight ahead of Steph. The next car ahead is Matthew Cook. So unless the number of cars is decreasing, so the reason why I mentioned that is because of the lap traffic issue, which tends to slow people down usually. But I think Stefan has just closed the gap slightly somehow. I think it was because Matthew was trying to get past someone. This car right here, who Stefan had to slow down for. So now the gap, keeping in mind that Stefan, who we're following, does have to pit, and they are out of sync. So they're not coming into pits at the same time, is what that means. Stefan is just a couple seconds behind now. 1.6 at the last time. 1.1 now. But there is a lap car, again, between Steph and Matthew. And Steph will have to pit. Okay, so let's go back to the S's and pick up the blue and white car, which is Matthew, who's just slid out just a tiny bit there. Steph hits the wall a couple times. He's out-ish. He's out anyway. So we're back to a 10.8 second gap. All right. Well, let's go back to the bright pink car of Alex, because I'll keep an eye on that gap between Steph and Matthew. But here we are back with Alex Thurston, our leader, who has led from the start. I don't think, even when pitting, I don't think anyone was able to get a wheel ahead of him. And yeah, I mean, what can we say? He's been driving a phenomenal race, just absolutely brilliant. Every line that he seems to take, well, maybe except for that one. Around across the start line, through the S's, down the main straight, every line. And there we go. Okay, thank you, Alex. Making me look good. Every line seems to be just absolutely spot on. Even now, 23 minutes into this 25-minute race. So just under 2 minutes left. Alex basically running away with it from the very start. He's about to pass Matthew Cook, who's already lapped previously. He's just lapped him again. So he's lapped the field twice now in 30 minutes. Well, in 23 minutes, I should say. Yeah, what am I saying? It's 20, not 25 minutes, it's 30 minutes. Gotta keep that in mind. So there's still, yes, 6.25 minutes left. Neil Wallace seems to have been able to keep it on the black stuff for quite a while. Stefan hasn't pitted yet. Not a lot of battles going on. Who's fourth place is Jonathan Whittington, which is that, I think that's that white and orange car, number 5, yeah, who Matthew has just passed. Yeah, let's just stick with Alex for a bit longer. I mean, yeah, you might be able to hear Muriel there. Alex coming up on doing 90 laps in 25 minutes. We just crossed the line there to a full, is that 3 laps further distance than the top finisher in the B final? I think it is. as he's past Jonathan Withington. He's about to come up on Matthew Cook again to put him, well, back. No, he's pitted. Yeah, so he's going to be, and now Matthew's pitting. So yeah, now it is back to 2 laps on Matthew. Alex coming up on Neil Wallace, who looked very promising, and I'm not talking about the body show either. He looked really good at the start, and just, I don't know what happened. I didn't see him break. I didn't see a long pit stop. He is having a long pit stop now as his mechanic is trying to figure out what is going on with his engine, doing a little tune. But Alex getting past that white and orange car, Jonathan Withington, once again. I hear a shot of Marshall, so look for an upside down car or something. Something making some smoke somewhere. Don't see anything. Alex coming up on Steph next after passing the 7 car, Michael Lee. So that white car just in front of Alex is Stefan Chodzinski. Steph getting a little loose there. Now is Steph going to be able to have a little play here and try to keep up with Alex? Looks like he is. A little bit more hesitant than Alex to get on the throttle. Maybe it's just some rear grip issue or something there. Just that off-camber corner coming onto the main straight. You see he's just a couple more car lengths back. Yeah, Alex is definitely a lot more confident on the throttle at the start of that straight. You can see there's several more car lengths as there's lap traffic as well, so that's not helping. But yeah, Steph's able to keep up, but that initial start onto the main straight is where he loses out loads of time to Alex, at least a few car lengths each time. And Alex going into the pits. So let's follow Steph, the white car, as it's coming out of the S's. He is still in 36 seconds now behind Matthew Cook. Not sure. Yeah, Matthew's just coming in straight now. So you can see visibly the length of time it is. So there's Steph now. So that's the gap. So this might actually be interesting. Let's stick with Steph until close to the end, because there might be a splash and dash for either Steph or Matthew. I'm not sure who is behind on pit stops. I remember Matthew coming in at about the 20.5-minute mark, which means he probably came in at about the 25-minute mark-ish. But it depends how they've leaned out their engines. So Steph is definitely gaining time on Matthew now. The last lap was 2.4 seconds. And now it's 1.6. We've got a battle for second, folks. Steph coming up to pass Jonathan Withington, and now the next car ahead is Matthew Fox. See what the gap is this time. 1.1. It's another half second-ish. We might. Well, they've got a couple more laps. Literally just a couple more laps. This lap traffic that's coming up could play a major role. Steph. He's right on him. He's right on him. It's literally the last lap, folks. Coming into Parabolica. Into the infield. Around. Is he? That's it. That was a pass. Matthew's run out of fuel. Oh, no. Oh, tragedy. The marshal picks him up. That was the pass for second. Oh. drama right at the very end for Matthew. I will absolutely forgive him smacking his hand on the rostrum. I can totally understand the frustration. Yes, Alex, good job, but oh, I don't know what happened there with the pit timings. Great job, though. Great job. So, finishing order, Alex Thurston, Stefan Chodzinski, Matthew Cook. Absolute heartbreak for him. Jonathan Withington taking 4th. Neil Wallace 5th. Thomas Gill 6th. Michael Lee, Devendra Mahatme, and Stephen Brook finishing 9th. Woo! Okay, so next up, that was the 1/10 scale touring car 200 mil A final. Next up, we've got the 220 GT A final. These are the Can-Am looking cars. We got a couple minutes of warm up, and this. Trying to make space for the racers. Okay, looks like everyone's ready, and I think we're a couple of minutes ahead for this race. So another 30-minute race, not a 25-minute race, Harry. Not a 20-minute race, 30-minute race. Uh, 4 minutes of warm-up, as you can see. So this race, and I'll repeat the names again, hopefully, if I can recall. We got Mark Green in the pole position. Rob Scott, Rizard Kozakowski, Kozakowicz. Richard Bolt, Bailey Rice Draycott, Craig Woods, Chris Pryke, Jamie Patton, John Walton, and Adrian Dew. We have 10 cars in this race. So these cars, fast. Foam tires, just like the last cars that we saw, but maximum downforce. Really high angle attack on the front end. Very tiny cockpits. I mean, you know, if these were scaled up to real size with the person sitting in, they wouldn't be able to see anything at all. They'd have to have little cameras and monitors all over the place and proximity warnings and all sorts of things. So very, very aerodynamic, basically. Super high downforce rear end as well. Basically, the entire body is a Venturi tunnel. Is that a dead car just coming around the hairpin? I think so. And yeah, very high speed. So these are scaled down versions of the 1/8 IC on-road cars that you might be familiar with. And not that much slower. They'll be running the same sorts of engines, same sorts of engine size, I should say. Small blocks as the cars that were just racing, the touring cars. But they'll be going just a wee bit faster, about a second a lap faster here at the Halifax track. So Muriel is calling the cars into the pits. So that means there'll be they'll be coming out in just a minute or so to line up on the starting grid. We have a staggered starting grid immediately in front of us in the pit kink, because it's not really a straight. Yeah, someone needs to kick that karting tire back. Those ought to be like tied together or screwed together or something. But I say that, but John, who's wearing the headset down there for the number 3 car, John is John and Muriel, Muriel is on the announcement. John and Muriel, I believe they own the track, but they run the track for sure. Absolutely done a fantastic job. I think it was it last summer or the last winter, the winter before. This place was about 5 feet underwater, and absolutely amazing track. You see this long shadows. This is the second to last 30-minute A final of the day. 220 GT A final at round 6 of the BRCA 110 IC Nationals. Cars down. They're going on the tone. They are off. Mark Green almost had someone battling with him. Second place. Now it turned around. Second place of Rob Scott. Oh, he's several cars back now. Mark Green off and away. He's already many corners ahead. I can't even count. Muriel saying, take it easy. You can't win the race in the first lap, but you can lose it. I don't think that was over aggressive driving from Rob, but just bad luck with how he came back on the track and the other cars behind. I can't even tell you who hit him, but in second place we've got the car 6 of Craig Woods, and then Jamie Patton in that green car. Just been overtaken actually by Rizard Rizard. And then we've got Rob, that number 2 car. Unfortunate, unlucky. He's running 5th at the moment. But we are with the gray car of Mark Green. I was telling him, why are you running gray? You should be running green. Your name's Green. But maybe he's tired of, I'm sure he's been doing that for years. And Mark already coming up on lap traffic. That was the 5 and the 10 of Bailey Rice Draycott and Adrian Dew. He's already passed another car as I've been reading off their names. And he's going to be presently on the tail of number 4 car of Richard Bolt. So Mark, where is this number 2 car, the second place car, I should say, is the number 6 of Craig Woods. I'm just trying to find out where he's at because he's so far back. I can't even, someone's already pitting. I think. Oops, someone upside down at the start of the straight. Watch your ankles, Marshall. Don't cross the track. Mark is about to catch up to Rob Scott already, who is that number 2 car who briefly got side by side with him. And then it'll be Rizard. And if I'm saying your name wrong, Rizard, I am truly and deeply sorry. I'm not sure whether it's just say Richard or Rizard. That was Rob Scott that Mark just passed. We're 3 minutes down, 27 minutes left to go. As I need to keep reminding myself, this is a 30-minute race, so we're going to see several pit stops during this race. So that is going to be Rizard that Mark has just passed just now at the start of the straight. Next car is Jamie. I know the green car at least. And then I believe Richard Bolt, he's Mark has already passed. Ooh, wow, threading the needle there. I hope you saw that. Mark coming into those S's. Smooth and flowing, yet high speed Halifax track. I was quizzing Mark why he doesn't run. Oh, dead car just to start it straight. And it's been hit again. The last thing you want. Mark pitting. Okay, let's find the number. Second place car, Craig Woods, let's follow Jamie in the green car, because I think that's Craig in front of him. I'm not sure, but these guys are at least top 3. Oh, Jamie's got body shell damage. You just see it on the front end. Mark already up to pass him. Hopefully, Jamie's going to be pitting at some point so his mechanic can fix that body if it's fixable. Otherwise, he's going to be driving with a severe tweak. 4 cars come in. No one picking him up. Where's your number 4 car's mechanic? Ah, tragedy. Craig Woods, car number 6, running second. Trying to find him on track. Some of these cars running invisible numbers. I'm not sure the number 6 is this quick. Sorry, just trying to reset and find where everybody is. I think this Gulf colored car is the number 6. No, it's the number 8. Number 6 is not running the right number or something. That's quite annoying. Meanwhile, he's not even second anymore. It's the number 3 car of Rizzard. And then that number 2 car of Rob Scott has managed to make itself back up into the lead, into 3rd place. Let's go to the start of the straight. It's the battle for second. That's Rizzard, the lead car, in the car 3, and then Rob Scott, who started in the number 2. Meanwhile, literally just behind him on track, is Mark Green coming up to lap them all again. But let's stay with this second place battle because this is the only battle on track at the moment of any note. There we go. Now the Rizzard running a bit wide. Now Rob's right behind him. They touched. Mark still trying to get past. He's just wisely holding his place. No one is battling for him because the only Mark in the lead, the battle for second, is just ahead of him. He doesn't need to get past him. He can just sit and wait and watch and make his way ahead when he can, just like that. So now Mark is in between these two. Let's see if he gives Rob any trouble getting past. Nope, none at all. So now order is restored. Mark is off and away. Let's stick with the second place battle though. It's Rob Scott and Rizzard. Car number 2 in front now, and the car number 3 coming around the pit hairpin through the kink over the starting line into the S's. Starting down the main straight. Once again, getting a little wild there, Rizzard. And who's this coming up behind? Is that the car? Let me see this number. Car 5. Is that car 5 is not in the battle? That's Bailey. So hopefully he's just as quick, but hopefully he doesn't try to stick his nose in because he should not be trying to make a lap up. There he goes. He's made a mistake and he's off. That's the car 8 just ahead of him of Jamie Patton. Oh, Rizzard into the grass. So that's lost him a couple seconds. These cars are so quick. They're doing Mark is doing 15-second laps. It's a full second faster than Alex in a quote-unquote normal touring car. Rizard trying to get past lap traffic. He goes now. He's got a clear shot at Rob. Rob going into the pits. Let's follow Rizard going around the S's, because I think he's going to be coming to the pits. Then we can move back to Rob, and they might be closer together. There goes Rizard. So we're back to Rob now, coming out of the Parabolica into the infield and around that pit kink. Oh, and there they are. They're together again, coming to the S's. Sorry, the straight. Both of them pretty quick. Rizard going a bit wide around the Parabolica. Around the pit hairpin. Into those S's one more time. Got lap traffic. Throwing off the rhythm. Ooh, tight, tight. Both of them good lines around there, even though with the lap traffic, there's a little bit of hesitation, because sometimes you just don't know what the lap traffic is going to do, no matter who it is, or whether you know them or not, or whether they know you or not. You're not quite sure what they're going to do. I used to be terrible when fast drivers would be coming up behind me. I just didn't know where to go, and it would just make me extra nervous. These guys don't have that trouble, though. Their lap traffic is moving aside from them pretty easily. Rizard taking a bad line over that berm going around the pit hairpin. So he's lost a few car lengths. Rob going nice and smooth. He's got Jamie now in between them, just coming out of the pits. Oh, Rizard, why is he hesitating there? He's hesitated twice coming out of turns in the S's. So he's lost a lot more space now. His back end seems to be wobbling as Mark is coming up on Rizard now. So that means Mark's going to be coming up on. Okay, Mark's past Rizard. Very hesitant. But still, that means Rob should have a massive gap, but he doesn't. So if Rizard could just drive just a bit smoother. He's a terrible time coming through those S's. I think his rear diff or something like that is getting a bit loose. Or it's too tight. I can't tell the difference. The car just doesn't seem to want to comply, but there they are. They're a little bit closer now. Ah, Rizard, big spin. Massive shame. So let's go back to Mark, just coming down the main straight in that gray car. I was joking with him about being tarmac gray. You would think as you get older, you need the car to be brighter, or at least, you know, a specific color so people know that that it's you coming through. You know, fast guy coming through, and they can just see you and move out of the way, out of the corner of their eye. But seems to be doing just fine with this gray. I mean, it's quite distinctive. There's nobody else out there with a gray and white car. Mark just carving through the field. Coming down that straight through the Parabolica. Into the infield. Around the pit hairpin. Through the kink. Over the start line. Into the S's once again. Little Marshall making the way back to the pits. Bending down nicely so it doesn't obscure the view for the drivers. Car is absolutely planted. I do wonder, I mean, the track must be a lot cooler than it was a couple of hours ago when they were, or at least the last time they were doing the qualifiers. So, no, and Mark comes into the pits. So let's see who we can follow. We got Rob is coming to the pits. Let's follow Rizard, coming around the pit through the kink at the start line, and hope he doesn't immediately come into the pits. It's got Rob just behind him on track. I think that's still the battle for second. It is. Technically, they're 3 seconds apart. Rob is just coming to the pits. Or sorry, Rizard coming to the pits. Let's follow Rob. Let's see if there's any. I don't think there's any. There's not a. It's still a battle for second. But Rob, who we're following, would have to have a really bad pit stop, or come upside down, or something happen to him. Rizard is going to have to hope that Rob has something happen to him. I'm watching Rizard off camera, and he seems to be driving a bit smoother. There's absolutely no chance that his mechanic would have been able to tweak anything with the diffs or change the tires or anything like that. He'd be, oh, and he's in the grass, and he's just been hit. Okay, so that's Rizard's challenge over for quite a while now. But Rob started second, and he's currently second. He's 8 seconds ahead of Rizard. Okay, so let's have a wee bit of a reset. There's a slight battle for fourth. The battle, Mark is he's 3 laps ahead of everybody. Rob Scott is 8 seconds ahead of Rizard. Bailey and Jamie, though, are just about 4 seconds apart, but it's just gone to 4 seconds from 3. So let me see where that battle is. Car 8 and car 6. I think car 8 is the Gulf livery one. And Bailey. Car 6 is the green one. Okay, so, and then he's just gone into the pits, so. Come on, people, let's have a battle here. You reminded me of last week. It was all 30-minute races, and then we didn't have a huge amount of battling, and then suddenly it all just came together in the very final race. See who we're on. We're on, I think we're with Rob. Second place, Rob. Okay, so here's our battle for fourth. Just coming into Parabolica now, coming into the infield. Is it? No, I'm sorry. I thought that was... I thought that was our Gulf livery car, and it's not. The Gulf livery car is still a few seconds ahead of these two. Let's default back to Mark in the gray car, just coming through the S's. And I'm not wishing any crashes on anyone, but if the second and third place battle, or the fourth or fifth place battle, could just tighten up just a bit, it would make things really, really, really exciting for everybody. But meanwhile, we get to watch basically a driving clinic from first Alex Thurston, and then now Mark Green. Obviously, we've already had a winner in the GT8E category. If you missed that, feel free to rewind a bit and catch that. 2 5-minute races. Didn't quite go down to the wire. Well, it did for second, because the third race is going to pick up. That'll be quite interesting. And then we had our 200 IC touring car, 200 mil class. That was a bit of a runaway, but the battle for second, I think, if I remember right, hotted up quite a bit. And then Alex, what can we say about Alex? Metronome. And Mark Green doing the same thing, just running away. Trying to watch these guys who are in the lower spots. They're not really getting any closer together. Mark Green now running 14.5-second lap as his fastest lap. 15.2 the last time. He's 4 laps ahead of second place Rob, who is himself almost a lap ahead of third place Richard. And then we've got Bailey, Jamie, and Craig all separated out by a few seconds each. And then the remaining cars of this 10-car field spread out by several laps. Although, unfortunately, John and Chris, they haven't finished. Oh, we've got Jamie has a dead car out in the middle on the infield. It's already clear by the time Mark gets there. Marshall's pretty quick on their feet. I think our battle for second has heated up. Just coming into the infield. The 2 white and bright cars. The 3, is that the 5? I might be lying. No, that's Rob about to lap Rizard. Purely a battle of honor to avoid getting lapped. Rob's already ahead anyway. By the time I look back, so we'll spread the love across the top 3, following Rob Scott. Ooh, avoiding that car coming off the grass. But at least this is helpful to see what kind of driving lines that Mark Green's doing and what the rest of the field is doing, because Rob's not driving badly. Cannot say that. He's just, for whatever reason, it's clutch or diff or traction, who knows, tiny bits of car setup because of the colder track and the cold and dry track, compared to this morning where it was a bit wet and drying and had shade over half of it. And then we did have some parts where it was quite warm. I say quite warm because we've raced in Spain before. Nowhere near as warm as that, but warm-ish. So everyone's still spread out so much. All right, Harry, it's fine. Third place, Rizard, just coming into the pit hairpin here. In that white and bright car. I'm going to try his name one more time. Rizard Kozakowicz. I have to look at his name. I'm really sorry, Rizard, if I'm getting your name utterly wrong this entire time. But oh, and he's pitting. It's the last round of pit stops, I believe. 22. No, it's not the last round of pit stops. Second and last round of pit stops. 22 minutes. We're still about 8 minutes left. This race. Back on Rizard. Lap times at about 10 seconds, roughly. 8 to 10 seconds from what we've seen. Mark Green still doing 14.7 that last lap, 15 flat the lap before that. Rob Scott, second fastest, 15.8. His fastest lap, 15.3. So it's never over until the fat lady sings, or until the final tone. But yeah, we can see where this is going. Still kind of hoping we end up with some sort of battle here. We do have a battle, actually, possibly, between Rizard and Jamie. Jamie in that... Is he in the golf car? car 8. There's only a few seconds between them. Jamie is in the green and black car, just coming on the straight now. Oh, I hope I'm right. It's car 6. It's not the car. There's Rizard. Yes, it is the golf car, sorry. Our battle for 4th is in the S's at the start of the straight just now. Rizard, ooh! Now they're really close together because Rizard has completely botched up the start of that main straight. This is our battle for 4th. Just there coming underneath us now. As the marshals getting out of the way, this is our battle for 4th. Rizard on 86 laps. Jamie also on 86 laps. 0.6 of a second between them as they crossed the line last time. And it's going to be about that again this time. I hope that Rizard knows that this is this is a potential battle. Someone who wants to get past him on the same lap. Because otherwise, it would be a great shame if he just lets him pass. So it looks like the last 5 minutes of this race, I don't think there might still be a pit stop remaining for both. Oh, and they're collected. Jamie stuck in the grass. Is Rizard going to wait? He's going slow. I think he's done waiting. Mark has gotten past Rizard. Jamie. Jamie went in the grass again. That's just an unfortunate hit. I don't think, obviously that's not going to be any on purpose. Is he being told to wait? I think he's being told to wait. Who's this green and white car? Broken clutch. So, yeah, while I was watching the broken clutch car, Rizard has gone past, and Jamie's gone past him. So is Rizard going to be able to catch up to... We've got Rizard on screen. He is going to be desperately trying to get ahead, or stay ahead of this car just behind, who's... I think that's Craig Woods, who's 2 laps behind. Oh. They're both follow him out of the pits. That's our battle for 4th. That's the 8 and the 3. Oh, Rizard. Oh, tragedy. Oh, and then Jamie goes off the track, but he doesn't need a marshal to help him. Rizard, does he have fuel on his tires or something? Our narrative. Where's our story gone? Oh, man. Let's see how this is falling out. We got 3 minutes left in this race. Jamie and Rizard, last time they crossed the line, had 13 seconds between them. That is not a battle. And Rizard goes off the track again. Well, as you can see on the timing, top right of the screen, we got Mark, Rob, Jamie, Rizard, and Craig. That's your top 5. We've got 2.5 minutes of this remaining. And I think we're just going to have to go back to Mark in that light gray car going into the S's because Rizard is, I'm not sure what is happening. I mean, you have to deliberately drive that bad or something is desperately wrong with your car. Very, very unfortunate for our battle for 4th. Meanwhile, this guy, Mark Green, what can we say that I haven't already said about other racers? Ooh, getting past Jamie there. I think that's Jamie. Now, Mark flying past everyone, including Rizard once again. You can hear the other cars getting started. That's our GT8 A final. Mark coming through the infield, past the pit hairpin, past the king start line, or I should say finish line, into the S's. Down the main straight once again, into that parabolica. Very quick, great lines, nice and tight. Putting another lap down on this, I think that's Richard Bolt in the 4 car. Yes. How about that? I recognize someone's paint scheme who's not in the top 3. So, 30 seconds left. Almost the Mark Green Benefit Memorial calendar annual race of champions. He's 8 laps ahead of second place Rob Scott. Wow. Still putting down 15.1 second laps. Unbelievable. That is time. Mark Green, our winner. We are finishing his victory lap. Bam, done. That's another race in the books. Our 220 GTA final here at the BRCA 110th IC Nationals, round 6 at Halifax, UK. Obviously it's the UK, it's BRCA. But yeah, this is the Halifax track. That was race 5. Finishing order: Mark Green, Rob Scott, Jamie Patton, Craig Woods, Rizard Kozakowicz, Adrian Dew, Richard Bolt, Bailey Rice Draycott. Not able to finish, John Walton and Chris Pryke. So, hope you enjoyed that. I think the next race, oh, look at that, we got a John Player special. Who is this? Car number 11, Pete Yaffia. Didn't see him race before. He must have been running in the first rounds of qualifying that we didn't catch, because I definitely didn't see him racing in one of the races. Mark Green, who's just won his A final, has just run out with a big can of fuel, and he's pitting for someone else. Yeah, who's he pitting for? The red and blue, red and yellow shell car number 5 of Steve White. Car 11, Pete Yaffia. I'm sorry, you can't see any of this on screen, of course, but these guys are they're getting ready in the pit lane. Okay, there they are. You can see them out on track. So this is the GT8 A final. These guys ready and prepared for a 30-minute race. They've got a couple minutes to warm up. And then they're going to come out for, they're going to go into the pits, I should say. Final top up. Their mechanics will take the cars out onto the starting grid, which is directly below us on the pit section. The pit straight. And then Muriel, who runs the track with her husband John, is going to set them off. It's about a minute and a half left. And I can tell you with a reasonable amount of confidence that in this race we have in car 1 Adam Southgate, in car 2 Greg Hill, car 3 Ian McLarney, car 4 Barry Thompson, car 5 Steve White, then we have David Dixon, Derek McLarney, Paul Dusnap, Phil Butterworth, Ian Hartle, and then Pete Yaffia. And I know what car Pete Yaffia is running. He's got the black John Player Special with the gold lettering and logos on it. So he'll be very spot. Adam Southgate has got the white car with the blue and red flashes on it. Obviously, he's going to be in pole position as the cars are coming in now, you can see, as they're disappearing off the track. That's John down there. He was Halifax track. Calling everybody in. There's Mark Green, who just won our last race that you just watched. Just won the race, 30 minutes, and now he's mechanicking for somebody for car 5, Bailey Rice Draycott. Okay, yeah, you can see our pole sitter, Adam Southgate. Second place, Greg Hill, getting instructions from his pit man. Go forward. And we're about to start. This is our final 30-minute race here at the BRCA 110th IC Nationals. And yes, I know this is GT8, and they're 110th. Cars down, stepping back, 11 cars, and they're off. Greg's already got the whole shot. Look at these two. We got Greg followed very closely by Adam. Got a mess behind, but we're following Greg going down the main straight into that first time into the Parabolica, the infield, the pit kink, the finish line. Wow, he's got a great lead on Adam. I wonder, what is Adam's game here now? He can't lead from the front. He's got to catch Greg and hope something happens with pit stops, lap traffic, and who knows, Greg, bit of a spin. Okay, it's clear, but there's some slow traffic. He's already lapped somebody. Following Greg coming around the infield, around the pit hairpin, past the kink and the finish line, into those S's. The two cars just ahead, it's Pete Yaffia in that sweet John Player Special. Black and gold is going to be the next car that Greg comes up to pass and lap. Nice thing about these cars, ooh, there we go. Good pass for a lap. And Daryl Dixon is going to be next. It's another car I actually recognize the paint scheme of. And who's this next? It's going to be the car 8 of Dewsnap. So coming, Dixon giving a little bit of, it's all right, it's all right. Where is Southgate? Still about the same gap behind, 3 seconds or so. Dewsnap, next car, that bright orange, kind of a Aston sort of color. Gives him space, a little bit hesitant there. Greg's going to be lapping these guards quite a lot, even if he does happen to get passed by Adam. But at the moment, Greg in the lead. We've got a kart tire across the... Whew. Wow. Okay. close run from these kart tires. I did say they need to be screwed together or something. Greg getting past another car. Didn't catch the number on that one. And we've got a gaggle of lap traffic now. It's one down. Got 3 more to go, and then he's got to clear track for a bit. There we go. It's 2 down. And then the next 2 are battling for position. Quite tightly, actually. Swapping places. That's the 3 and the 5 of Rizzard again. And Bailey. Okay, that's Rizzard, I think. Yes, and then Bailey is next. The red and yellow car, not blue. The red and yellow car. Mark Green, who just won again, is mechanicking for. There we go. Okay, so now we've got the next car is, again, Richard Joffia in the John Player special car. Don't smoke, kids, of course. There we go. All right, now Greg has got a huge amount of clear track ahead of him. He can just go into time trial mode and just run tight lines rather than have to worry about, is this guy going to slow down? Because Adam Southgate is directly behind Greg now. So here's our battle for the lead. That's Greg and Adam. Is this going to be our closest battle for the lead all day long? It might, well, at least for the next few minutes it will be. Got the 2 car of Greg, qualified second, followed by the pole position man of Adam Southgate. Adam, I don't know anything about Adam. Is he playing it cool? Is he usually someone who sits on pole is not a bit of a hothead? Ooh, Adam getting a bit squirrely there, trying to get the power on. But he's closed up to Greg. He's all over the back end of Greg's car. Now, the only brand of car that I know that is in this race is X-Ray, and I know that's what Greg is running. So, oh! That's an attempted pass. Greg shut the door at great risk, I must say, because he almost got spun out there, but he kept the power on, kept it going. Is Adam going to try again? We got as they maneuver around a car going backwards. Going through the S's. No, more lap traffic ahead. This lap traffic is going to play a significant role, as always, in these races. Oh, Greg going deep from way back, going for that pass on the lap car. Adam following. Getting down the straight. Equal power going down the straight in the Parabolica, same lines. And then more lap traffic, staying away. Very good. Oh, Greg coming in for a pit. Okay, let's follow Adam. Let's keep following Adam because he's probably going for a pit. Greg getting a very quick pit stop. Adam coming into the infield. Is he going to come? Yes. Okay, so now Greg is, where's Greg at? Greg's just coming into Parabolica, into the infield. Let's see who's got the better in or out lap. And Adam has made up a second or two on Greg. Officially 1.2 seconds. So yeah, we can call it a second or two. As they come up on Yafia in that JPS car, goes in the pits, very good. More lap traffic, we've got that Aston Martin colored car just ahead of Greg. Is he going to let Greg pass? He's not letting Greg pass. What's going on here? What's going on here? Lap traffic. Gives him an oi. And he goes. So Adam leading Greg by 1.3 seconds still. It's a pretty tight march. There's the JPS car once again already. He did crash. He's already up on him. So JPS gives plenty of space to Greg and to Adam that time. So tight battle. What kind of pressure can Greg put on Adam now? Lap traffic coming up again already. The traffic is spread out quite a lot around this track. It's a big track, but these are big cars, so. Okay, so one car being very conciliatory. Another car through the S's. Greg not quite held up, that's all right. Got a clear run now. Adam, one corner ahead in the S's. And that's Rizard from the last race. These guys running back-to-back races. They'll be kept pretty busy. Looks like Adam's got a bit of an extra gap to Greg now. 2-second gap now. That's who it is coming across the line this time. 2.2 seconds. So it looks like Adam's starting to stretch it out. Let's go forward to Adam. Where's Adam at? He's just coming into the infield, just past the JPS car once again. Going through that kink and over the finish line. Into the S's. About to start. That back straight, 2.7 second gap now. So Greg had a pretty good hole shot. Adam getting a little squirrely there under power. Greg had the hole shot, but Adam was able to just very slowly reel him in. And quite patient. No indication of what's happened to Glenn, our one of our faster guys, apparently, at least during the series, but not today, quite. Oh, what's happened there? Did was that lap traffic or a mistake that held up Adam? So now Greg's got the lead again. I was watching the cars crashing, following the scraping sounds of polycarbonate on tarmac, and Greg has got a half a straightaway lead on Adam again now. So now it's down to Adam once again to put the pressure on, try to get past this lap traffic. I did say, and I should have been watching, that this lap traffic is going to play a big role in the racing today. And to be fair to all the other racers, which were spectacular, this is the closest battle for the lead that we've seen all day long. So Greg still half a straightaway lead. It's going well for him in that Zonda-styled GT8E. Can quite confidently tell you that that's an X-ray car. Don't know what Adam is running. Oop, Greg getting a little wide there, but then Adam similarly just got two wheels on the grass a few corners before, but looks like Adam is well, it's about the same gap, 1.76 seconds. Let's see what it is this time as they cross the finish line. 1.9. Adam held up behind that lap car of Bailey. Greg comes through the kink over the finish line. Adam does the same, but 2.2 seconds behind this time. But now, Adam's going to have a lap clear of lap traffic, so we'll see if he's able to make up that time on this lap. 2.3 seconds. So, a tenth here or there is not a gigantic difference. It might be for F1, but not for RC necessarily. Greg comes into pit. Let's follow. Oh, Adam comes into pit as well. So, Greg getting a very quick pit stop, and he's away. And let's follow him out of the pits. A little closer now. This is when you're mechanics. You got to really trust your mechanics. These guys not stopping for tires. They've been tuning in their cars all day. Obviously, with the cloud cover coming over, the sun just about starting to come down. The track has cooled off quite significantly. There's a cold wind on my back, and that same wind blowing across the track. Has that affected anything to do with the traction of these guys? As Adam comes out right next to lap traffic coming out of the pits. And Greg is catching very rapidly the number 4 car of Richard Bolt. There's another one back-to-back racing, along with Rizard. And now we've got a lap car. I can't remember who that is, but lap car just behind, or just ahead of Adam. And we've got another lap car just ahead of Greg, of Richard. Richard, is he going to let the leader pass? Okay. Greg gives a little oi again. Gets past Richard, and unfortunately, Richard knows that second place is right behind, so it makes it a bit easier for Adam, but that's racing. That's how it goes. At the moment, it's a 0.8 of a lead that Greg has. And we're coming up to the red car from number 9 of John Walton. Coming into the S's. You can see Greg there catching John pretty rapidly. Taking that inside line through the parabolica, into the infield, around the pit hairpin, across the finish line, and back into the S's. And it looks like Adam has actually lost quite a bit of time there. Just, I'm not sure if it was a mistake. There definitely wasn't any other lap traffic. John letting Adam through nice and clean. But there wasn't anything else holding up Adam previously on the previous lap, so he seems to just be taking it easy, or tires going away. Who knows? It's a pretty confident lead now, I would say. 3 seconds almost, 2.98. 4.1 this time. So now it's over a straightaway lead that Greg has on Adam, as he's coming up to the JPS car once again of Pete Yafia. Greg's lead is actually growing by, it looks like, a half a tenth every lap at least, when it's just clear traffic between them. Oh, Greg gets spun around by the JPS car. And he lets him pass that time. That gave Adam about maybe a couple seconds free. 4.9 last time. And 3 this time, so yeah, about 2 seconds. Unfortunately, that's the risks of running as the leader on track. You're the first one to come across the lap traffic. They're not running so close now. Still, they're back to 4 seconds apart now. So it was a 5-second lead, and then Greg got spun around, lost 2 seconds, and he's already made up a second on Adam. So if he keeps going at this pace, I'd be very surprised if it's a second a lap each time. Adams maintained it at 4 seconds this time, and Greg hasn't come across any lap traffic yet on that last lap. So coming up on Jamie Patton in that Aston Martin colored car. And then we've got, I think it's John again. 4.1 second gap that last tour. Greg gets past John quite easily. Coming up again on Pete in the GPS. So Greg has to keep pushing here if he's going to win it. And Adam has to just push because, well, he's made up some time, but I think that was because Greg got caught up on all this lap traffic. I think Adam's gonna lose a bit of time now. 18 minutes into this race. There's still 12 minutes remaining. 3.7 seconds gap now. Another round of pits for a lot of the back markers. I think, yeah, here comes Greg. Pitman grabs the car. We've got the fuel gun. Very quick in and out. And Adam is flamed. Adam is flamed. Our second place man, he's flamed. Let's follow Greg. As Adam's mechanic is trying to get him. Did he? No, he just crashed. Adam's mechanic giving him a bit of a tune. He did flame out, so he's on the starter box. Oh, this is going to put him at least a lap and a half, 2 laps down. He's already lost 1 lap. He started. He's coming out of the pits just ahead of Greg. He's the next car ahead of Greg, but he's already a full lap down. If Greg's able to get past him now, he'll be 2 laps down. So that is Greg, the car immediately in front. The white with the bright colors and the blue splotches. Not splotches, that's I'm not giving the body shell scheme of fair due, but yeah, he's about to put him 2 laps down if Greg passes him. So Greg, if he plays it smart here, I'm sure he recognizes the color scheme. If he plays it smart here, all he has to do is just hang behind Adam. That's all he has to do. And not have a bad pit stop, not get caught up with lap traffic. Unfortunately, neither of those issues are things that Greg can control. So Adam now really has to put a push on. As you can see, that's exactly what he's doing. Greg held up again behind the JPS car, not knowing where he's going to go. So running order still Greg by 1 lap over Adam. Let's move up and follow Adam. 2 cars ahead because it's kind of down to Adam here. So Greg immediately notices that Adam has got to move on. He's pushing. He's double pushing. I won't say hammer time, but he's trying to do the hammer time thing. Greg, all he has to do is keep up and not lose a lap in the next 9 minutes. But if Adam, the slightest mistake and Greg is passed, then he's 2 laps down. So suddenly Adam has, after the crash and after flaming out and having the longest pit stop that you would ever want to have if you were battling for the lead, he's absolutely got a wriggle on. And he's double pushing it to try to break a gap to Greg, who's behind and a lap ahead. So his pace wasn't this good a few minutes ago for some reason. Now he's got a lap car between himself and Greg, but he's got a couple of lap cars ahead of him. and they take each other out. So now that red card, John Walton between the two, between Adam and Greg. And we're watching Adam come through the infield. Greg is past John now. Greg is through the infield. Last lap, well, the gap is still a second. It's not like Greg is trying to catch Adam to pass him for the lead. He's only trying to hang on for the next 7.5 minutes. All he has to do is just hang on. And I'm not going to say, even if he crashes, he still has plenty of time to come back on track. But, you know, if that happens, that's all he has to do. But I'm not going to say that. Adam getting a bit light in the rear end, getting sideways. So, I mean, it is a race. It's great to watch. So if we can keep these two on screen, all Greg has to do is just hang on. That's all he has to do. But he passes him. Adam, is he going to try and get his lap back? The thing is, if he drives aggressively, that's a penalty, isn't it? So now Greg he's officially 2 laps clear of Adam. Adam going a bit wide there. I wonder if Adam just drives better when he's in the lead and he's got the pressure on him. I can't think of any other reason why he would have been going so quick these last several laps since that disastrous pit stop. Oh, we got a deco on the straight, and they're clear. He's just run out of fuel. That was Rizard. Oh, there goes Adam, and we're back with Greg. Another round of pit stops for all the back markers and Adam. So that was kind of... Oh, Greg has flipped it. Greg is upside down. Yeah, Greg has to do it properly. He's got to finish that lap. He's coming in. Okay, so Adam has made up 1 lap on Greg. Let's go ahead and just follow Adam. He's our second place man still. He's still a lap behind Greg. But Greg very nervous there. A couple of cars went past and the marshal was hesitant because these cars are coming at a pretty good clip. And they are very heavy. So, you know, you don't want to be putting your foot out. So, looking at Greg's still a full lap ahead. Easily a lap and a half ahead. So there's no pressure on Greg, really. No pressure on Greg. But we're with Adam. It's a fairly cool looking paint scheme. Nice and bright. Although maybe as the sun's starting to come down, draw in a bit earlier and earlier, these autumn evenings, maybe want a little bit more brightness on there. But then this is the final race of the BRCA 110th IC Nationals. It's round 6. Originally it was going to be 7, so it's going to be the 7th race, but it was always going to be the final round. The race, the series was meant to start back, I think in April. It started in May, delayed for obvious reasons. Greg's crashed again. What's happened here? I missed this. Just looking at... I think Adam's made up another lap on Greg. Are they on... Okay, yes. So he has made up a lap. Adam is 25 seconds behind Greg now. see what the timing lap says. Okay, so Adam has basically, technically, unlapped himself. But if Greg is able to get past him now, Greg will re-lap Adam, if that makes sense. So Adam is 15 seconds behind, and they're doing 18-second laps. So if Greg can make up the 3 seconds and pass Adam, that will be Adam back down to lapped position. So we've got, let's see, we've got 2.5 minutes remaining. So let's drop back to Greg, who's just starting the main straight, just behind the yellow car. Oh, there's Greg coming into the infield. On the pit hairpin, passes finish line into the S's. And we've got 2 minutes remaining in this 30-minute race. See, I got it on the final race of the day. So all Greg has to do is just keep it on the black stuff. I gave my famous pep talk, you know, my Coach Frank pep talk. Said, Greg, all you have to do is shiny side up, rubber side down. And that's what he's done. Well, for most of the race. Been a couple of hiccups. Also, you don't want, he can survive another 1 or 2 mishaps, but basically with a minute left, as he comes into the parabolica in the infield, around the pit hairpin, and into the S's. He's got approximately another lap and a half to go before he can call this a win. These cars all have 2 speeds. Some of them maybe not engaging quite as much as they should, but you can definitely hear Greg's. And this is going to be Greg's final lap. With about 10 seconds to go now. And that parabolica. I think Adam, has Adam pulled off? No, he's about half a lap behind. And there we go. Greg has been caught. Congratulations. First time coming out for this class, and he wins it. So finishing order, we've got Greg Hill on 97 laps. Adam Southgate also on 97 laps, 9 seconds behind. You can hear Greg behind. Barry Thompson in 3rd, Paul Dusnap in 4th, Steve White 5th, Derek McLarney, Pete Yafia in that JPS car, Ian McLarney, Philip Butterworth, Ian Hardill, and David Dixon. And that is our broadcast from the BRCA 110th IC Nationals here at the Halifax track in Yorkshire. We hope you've enjoyed it. And I gotta say it, give us a like, and don't forget to share the link. Yeah, so that's it from us. The next thing coming up for the drivers is the prize presentation. And this being the final round of the championship series, I think, do they have like a prize gala? I'm not sure, but I think they're going to be announcing the winners of the championship series as they come along. So that's it from us. My name is Frank, and I've been your commentator. Harry has been your cameraman here today. So thank you very much for watching, and we'll catch you next time on RC Racing TV.
We've got a black Capricorn jacket who were left on Marshall Point 2. If somebody wants to claim that, can they come to race control, please?
And you know what? I just fooled everybody, including myself. That wasn't the last race of the stream today. We've still got the third leg of the GT8E A final. So here we are. I'm not sure who's crossed the line. I can't tell. Is everybody here? We do have all five drivers out. Okay, interesting. So we've got John Wadsworth, Andy Talbot, Nigel Fox, Gareth Ramsgill, and Tony Ford once again out here from
Right, come on, Marshall.
to do their 5-minute race. And let's hope that I think it was Andy who lost a tire, or lost a wheel, I should say, in the last race, the second race. You know, we'll call that practice, the whole signing off bit. We'll just call that practice. But it was live, but it was practice. Yeah. These guys at least know what they're doing. They're here to race, baby. Right, so we've got car 3 of Nigel Fox already lining up on the grid, but the car's still out there wanting to burn down the batteries and all that. Warm up the tires. What happened there? I don't even know.
Can you line them up, electric grinders, please? Craig?
All right, so here we are lining up once again for the GT8E A final.
Listen up, drivers.
And Muriel is counting them down. Less than 5 seconds. John always with that little jump start. Hey, let's see what Andy's able to do from second position. See if his wheels hold on. Andy and Nigel off and away. So the battle here really, because John has taken it, the battle here really is for the two cars behind the bright orange car. The bright orange car, John Wadsworth, has already won it. He's won 2 of the 3 legs. And if they're doing it, the scoring, the way that, the only way that I know that they do the scoring, he's won it officially. So I think he's just out here for fun. Obviously, it's only 5 drivers, so, you know, not a big deal. But it's his right to race. He's on the system as a racer for this race, so yeah, why not race it? But he's already won it. So what we need is Andy. Well, what Andy needs is to get past John. Andy here in this multicolored purple, blue, white, and green car needs to get ahead of John to take second place, basically. So he has a second and a second, and that would avoid Nigel in the third car, who's way behind. There he goes. Oh, very brief pass for the lead. So is Andy going to be able to maintain this amount of pressure on John? Looks like, I mean, John can definitely get a bit. Oh! Big hit! He doesn't wait. It goes wide. I don't know if that was. No one's telling him to stop. So he's not stopping. So okay. So yeah, here we are. This is the running order. Is Andy, John, Nigel, Tony, and Gareth. So Andy needs to stay in front. Somehow, I don't know if he's put his good batteries in, or his good motor, or new tires, or whoa! Grass isn't going to help. Oh! Sideways is not the quick way down a straight section. So that lets John past. Andy, man, now he's got a lot of work to do to catch up and close that gap and continue to put the pressure down on John. I think he just put down too much power and got sideways, and that was it. If it was a motorcycle, he would have high-sided. So he can really put down that. He's got tons of power in that car now. So he is catching John very slowly. John's just running a bit smoother. Oof. You can see when he's braking so hard that his tires are locking and the car's just going straight. But he is catching him. He's catching him ever so slowly. But the thing is, there's a minute and 15 seconds left. So after all this time, there's still only a minute and 10 seconds left. Ooh, John a bit wild there. Is Andy going to be able to get past now? Put the pressure on. Is John going to let him rear end him again and boot him out of the way? Oh, grass is not the quick way. So now there's more work yet to be done. Meanwhile, Nigel's slowly, slightly catching Andy. This is going to get pretty tight. There's about 40 seconds left in this race. Coming through Parabolica, around the infield. Oh! He's just putting down way too much power, and then he overshoots the turn. If you can just, oh, there we go, there we go. Now it's tight. Coming down the straight. Into the Parabolica. Tight lines. Can Andy keep it under control? Oh! Very tight. Oh! Oh, there he goes. He stuffs himself into the wall.
Finish your lap, drivers.
That's the last lap, so there's no chance now. That's John taking the win now.
Cross the line, you need to cross the line again.
Got to cross the line.
5, 1.
That was the final attempt at passing for the lead for the win.
Your finishing order is
All right.
1, 2, 3, 5, 4.
Now I think we can sign off because I'm pretty sure that that's definitely the last race.
3, 4, 5.
Yeah, they've got the cups out in the pit lane, so they're definitely not running anything else. I should have looked at the schedule anyway. So finishing order, once again, the same exact finishing order as the first race, the first leg. John Wadsworth, Andy Talbot, Nigel Fox, Tony, then Gareth, although I think Gareth and Tony swapped in the first race. So, yeah, once again, from me, Frank McKinney, and Harry Bamford on camera. This has been RC Racing TV here live for you at the Halifax track in Yorkshire for round 6 of 6 of the BRCA 110th IC Nationals. Thank you very much for watching again, and we'll catch you next time on RC Racing TV. Thank you very much. Goodbye.